A very good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and associated with BioLEAGUES. I am sure you had a great day yesterday with us and hope to see you the same enthusiasm from all our presenters and attendees today. I'd like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries and eminent keynote speakers. Keynote speaker Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma, Group Head of Food Analytical Development, Dabur India Limited, India. Dr. Archana Annapur, Director, School of Beauty and Wellness, Symbiosis Skills, Professional University, India. Dr. Sherif Ramsey, Professor, Department of Food Toxicology and Contaminants, National Research Center, Egypt. And our session chairs of the day, Professor Ruchi Kudayala, Head of Department, School of Sciences, Nutrition and Psychology, PCETs, Pimpri Chinchwad University, India. Dr. Shilpi Sharma, Head, Associate Professor, School of Allied Health Science, Jaipur National University, Rajasthan, India. Dr. Poonam Jetwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition, School of Allied Health Sciences, Jaipur, National University, India. Dr. Sujata Godke, Associate Professor and HOD, MIT School of Food Technology, MIT Art, Design and Technology, University, Pune. Dr. Archana Annapur, Director, School of Beauty and Wellness, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. Now, I welcome all once again for the 6th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. I hope you all will have a great day with us today. Now, I would like to welcome our first speakers of the day. Now, I would like to welcome our first keynote speakers of the day, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma, Group Head of Food Analytical Development, Dabur India Limited, India. Sir, please.
Hello, hi, good morning, all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Thanks, first of all, thanks to all of you for organizing such a great event to interact with all the students and all the organization alumni. And today I selected one topic. First of all, I share my screen and I explain. Hope my screen is visible to all of you, please.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Sir, could you please share in full screen mode?
Yeah, sure. No, it's fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, it's fine now.
Yeah, today I have selected a topic, a very basic note, which make the more understanding to all the students. What's the actual role of R&D in the development of best quality food products? Why I selected this topic? Actually, when we are in the college level, there is so curiosity we have that what's the role of R&D, what's their contribution in overall development of food product for the worldwide, which recognizing at a higher level. That's why to make the more understanding to all of you, I selected this topic. Hopefully, I think it will be beneficial to all of you to make a good understanding about the role of R&D. R&D, no doubt, is a back pillar of any industry, which give a best product to the market after the complete study of their depth, which make a good impact to the worldwide to develop a good product in the market. So, myself, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma, I am working as a group lead in R&D Analytical Development of Dabur India Limited. And now, food quality. What is the basic quality need? What is the quality is there? First of all, there are different parameters to sense the quality of food product. First, we ensure the product by their organoleptic characteristics. I will explain one by one. And second, the nutrition values. Nutrition values means what's the vitamins concentration, what's the energy, how what's the energy, the carbohydrate value, protein, fat. And there are number of the parameters are there actually to ensure the nutrition value of any product. As the food product recognized by their nutrition value, it is very critical to ensure that every food product has the impact of their nutrition values. And along with this, there are the number of other parameters, like no doubt the microbial contaminants should not be there, and the metal contaminants at the minimum level that as per the regulations should be there, and the other contaminants like the pesticide, antibiotic concentration, as they are very specific for the food product actually. But the concentration of pesticide, there should be regular. There are a number of the regulations gone by the number of the countries. Their pesticide limit vary to country to country. Their antibiotic limits for the honey, especially, I want to share the antibiotic concentration of the particular antibiotic should be in a minimum level. That's which is a threshold of any honey impact, you can say. So overall food quality is a organoleptic evaluation based on the taste, sensory evaluation. There are a number of other parameters are also there, which are mainly based on the product specific. And the nutrition value already explained. Then concentration of your vitamins at the end of the shelf life, and you can say vitamin concentration, energy, protein, fat. There are a number of the parameters are there actually. So first of all, I want to make you understand about the role of our research and development center, which are a basic role to develop a good product for the market. So I explain one by one. First of all, their benchmark and the competitive benchmarking study. But that means that's why, for example, when we develop a product, first of all, we analyze the critical parameters along with the non-critical parameter to ensure the threshold, the number of the parameters of the competitive benchmarking products to make understanding of our formulation team to develop such kind of product with the better quality, which we can add on this. That's why it is very critical for the R&D, you can say, to benchmark study and the competitive benchmarking of any market products which we want to launch in the market. So first role is to ensure each and every parameter, what the concentration of vitamin, what's their fat value, what the protein, what the energy value is there. And after that, our formulation team work on that critically to make a good product for the market, which are the good efficacy from the nutritional point of view, I'm saying. And the next one is the shelf life of NPDs. Shelf life, when we develop the product after the benchmarking study, then it is very important to ensure up to which our product is sustained. What is the shelf life of our product? That's why we analyze our critical and the non-critical parameters for every NPDs to check out the stability studies of any product. On that basis, we decide the shelf life of our product. Right? And the different conditions we analyze our products. We kept our product at the different conditions. For example, at the freezing conditions, at the ambient temperature, you can say 25 to 27 degrees centigrade temperature, and the accelerated conditions also. How our product behave when we exhaust our product to the extreme conditions. It is very critical to ensure that on that basis you can only decide yourself on any product. Either it is a 6 month, either it is 7 month, 8 month, whatsoever is there. This is only based on your self-life studies. And the next role, very critical, no doubt, method development and optimization. It is the backbone of any analytical development team to develop methods or optimize any compendial method as per your metrics, right? For the method development part, there are a number of the critical parameters which we have to ensure step by step. I will explain in the next slide, but the role of method development and optimization now R&D actually. And the next one is the technology transfer. Technology transfer means when we develop any product, we first check out the shelf life of any product. Then we set out the critical parameters. Then on the basis of the critical parameter evaluation, we decide the specification of any product, which is a specification, is the bunch of number of the parameters to ensure the quality of product, right? Which involves a number of the methods. For example, fat was the STP will be there. Then we align with the CQA team, plant team to ensure each and every parameter while and where released in the market, any batch. I will explain the next slides to you. And then a standardization of the raw material. It is very critical, and we have to ensure that one, because the base of your product is based on your raw material quality. So we never play with the quality of the raw material. We ensure each and every parameter critical versus the non-critical parameters or the any regulation guidelines parameters. We ensure at the initial level. It is very important. Along with the insurance of the quality of the product at the FG level, finished good level, it is actually required to ensure the base level and you can the raw materials nice. It is very critical actually. Now next one is the investigative analysis. Investigative analysis, I will quote one example how we investigate the things to make the more understanding about our products. So when we get any complaint from the market, then how to evaluate that one and how we accept the challenge, and we showcase to the in front of our management team what's the basic cause of that any investigative analysis. And the general specification, as I already told, when we develop any method, when we do the self-study of any NPD, we decide the number of the parameters which is required to analyze to ensure the product stability each and every batches. Next one is the claim spot. Claim spot is means simply, for example, vitamins claims, which ensure in the product at the initial level and until the shelf life of the any product. After that only we can claim that's our product content, that content of the concentration of the vitamins in our product, and it is stable for that level of the stability, right? And the regulations means no doubt they're in the, as we are working in the food segment, there are the number of the regulations governed by the number of the governments. So we to ensure the each and every parameter which is mandated by the any country to meet the specifications of the product before launching in the any country. This is the basic things which is we need to ensure in our product before launching in the other countries, especially. And the capability development plans, no doubt it is the you can say base of any R&D to develop the make understanding of the advanced technique which are in the market, to keep update yourself which is going in the market. I will explain the next slides which is the basic role of that one. Hope this is the basic parameter which ensure is the backbone of any analytical department to ensure the quality of any food product. These are number of the things. That's why there's a number of the we are the number of team members to which we align to the specific category that to ensure each and every critical role for the development of better quality food products for the market. Now, one by one, the standardization of raw material, no doubt it is very essential things to ensure the raw material quality at the initial level. And for this, we ensure that some, as I always told, that there are some critical parameters and the non-critical parameters are critical parameters like the nutritional facts of any products. For example, vitamin, for example, we are adding any vitamin premix in our product. To claim for the vitamins, where either it is a fat soluble or the water soluble, then there's a basic need to ensure the concentration at the initial level of the raw material. After that, we decide how much concentration should be added in our FG. After that only, we approve the vitamin premix, and after that only it is added in our FG. And for example, there are food concentration in our beverages, spices, volatile level is a very critical parameter, and HSU annual heat value in the chili, it is very critical. So example is that code. We have to select out the critical versus non-critical parameter, which is very critical, which we want to claim in the market. That's way to check out at the initial level. If your initial level quality is good, then obviously, no doubt, it will reflect in your FG. And along with the other parameters, no doubt, moisture, water activity is very critical, and parameter which you have to ensure at the initial level, what's the pH of the material after adding the particular solution, salt concentration, water activity to check out the load for the future. So overall, it is must to standardize the raw material at the initial level. Simple. Now, what we do in the benchmarking competitive studies. That's a good point is there. For example, first of all, when we get any product from the market, then we ensure which type of ingredients they are added in their product, what they are claiming actually. That's why evaluation of the new raw material. For example, they are adding some of the vitamins in this, then we ensure that what the concentration of vitamin in this. Then obviously we have no depth knowledge of their product matrix. So prototype analysis is very critical in that case to optimize the method and the verification, because method always vary as your matrices vary, right? So we have to ensure that what they are added in their matrix to develop the method to check out the concentration of particular critical parameters in their products, which give the base mark to our foundation team. Now, the developmental part of the sample is done by our foundation team along with the analytical team, which make the more understanding of overall for the development of a better product for the market. And time to time check out the competitor products, right? Now spot to the product for the claim substance here. It is, for example, for in the food category, we are very conscious about what's the concentration of the wheat protein in that, what's the healthy fats are there, energy, carbohydrate, what's the when we intake any food product, what it give to us. So we ensure in the benchmark products what's the percentage of the protein in that, what's the percentage of fat in that, energy, carbohydrate, along with other nutrition claims. So overall, these segments give the platform to the foundation team to develop any product. When the product is get developed by the foundation team, we checked out parallelly with the benchmark products, which help us to set up the specifications for the various parameters, which give the better lead to the foundation team for the development of the better quality products. Here, investigator analysis, which I can say this is a very challenging for any R&D persons. How you investigate those things, right? For example, where we get the number of the complaints, for example, for any products, for any query, to resolve the query of any customer, that's they're creating some doubt that your sample contains this kind of things in your products, I hope. And then we have to make them ensure by the very special spotting documents to get their confidence. It is very, very required. So it is the most challenging how to investigate the things. For example, here I am coding one example. For example, we get the any query from the customer that's your particular juice contain the thickening agents, which is normally thickening agents to make the more to give the more consistency to your products. But we are not adding any thickening agents in our products. So how to ensure that? How to make more understandings of the customer to ensure that there's nothing is there in our product. So I quoting this example: detection of the thickening agents in juice matrix. There is no special method to ensure that there's or the thickening agents in the juice matrix, but we developed a method to ensure that there's no thickening agent added by any vendor in our products, in the raw material, you can say, right? So, for example, guar gum has a very characteristic feature. When we add in a tolerant dye, it gives a bluish share along with a blue nucleus, and you can see from the A picture, right? And this is the corresponding picture of that particular guar gum. And this is the next one is the xanthan gum, which gives the very pinkish colors in the cells. And this is a characteristic of the xanthan gum actually. On that basic of that, the characteristic were analyzed in a product and to ensure that it is there or not. It's that simple. And the sodium alginate, we developed the one method by the SVLC to check out the alginic acid concentration in our products, either it is present or not, to make the more understanding of our customers. So we have to prove ourselves with a better documentations to ensure their confidence. That's the biggest challenge we have. Now, what we did, after the characterizations of the raw material of the guar gum, xanthan gum, and our sodium alginate, we ensured that we checked the same feature in our juice matrix. From the picture, you can see that the number of the pictures are there. We analyzed our samples to check out the specific characteristics cells in our product. But from the pictures, you can see that there's no specific characteristic we've seen, either not for the guar gum also, not for the xanthan gum also, right? Which make which give the more confidence to us. There's no added thickening agent in in our products is actually. So along with this, there's a very critical to make the recovery studies. For example, by spiking the our xanthan gum, guar gum in our product and ensure that when we add in pinch level, for example, in a traces level, that we are able to check out that or not. That's why we spike our matrix, juice matrix, and you can from the picture you can clearly see that there the picture of the first A, B, and the C. These are the added guar gum characteristics which we very easily identified if you add it in the matrix that ensure that. On the earlier slide, there's no particular characteristic we seen in our choose, and after the spiking, we are easily track out that one. So anybody's if add any thickening agents, this is not the natural one, we can identify it easily, both for the guar gum, the xanthan gum. This is the biggest challenge we have we faced in the last year. And then we developed the SPLC method. This is the in the first chronogram you can see this is the reference standard peak of the sodium alginate. And when we analyze our test sample, you seen at the same RT, there's no peak of the sodium alginate was there, which ensured that there's no added sodium alginate in our products. Which oral story claimed that there's no thickening agents. This is one example is there. There are a number of the queries we received from the customers. There are a number of examples are there. But we summarize them to make you more understanding about what's the investigator analysis to resolve the query of your customer, your organization, your management teams, to make them more understanding, to go in the depth of each and every segments. For example, in the recent and the 2 week back, we are doing some developing some product. We realized that there's some higher concentration of total as that. Then what we did, we ensured each and raw material first. Then what the total loss of the each and raw material added in this our premix. Then after that we conclude that there's particular raw material is there which contributing more in the total loss. We replace that raw material with a different vendors and resolve that query. So it is a basic things for the R&D role to resolve how to resolve the investigator analysis with your depth knowledge, which is not an easy task, no doubt, but it is very powerful for every R&D scientist to investigate the things in a better way to make the more make understanding of your management, organization, the customer. And now the self-life studies of NPTs for the any products, which is developed out of the benchmark study by the foundation team, which comes to us, we check out which parameters we need to analyze in that with critical, non-critical. For example, we are claiming vitamins, then they need to develop the method for the vitamin concentration, protein, fat, whatsoever is there. So we set the number of the parameters and all critical, non-critical. We ensure at a different stage of the stabilities. For example, control sample, when with the foundation team develop the product sent to us, we check out the different value of the protein, fat, moisture, whatsoever is there. And after that, we divide in the different segments, time period, for example, 1 month stability, 3rd month, 6 month, along with the every month RT, any room temperature studies we are doing it there to make the more understanding of our product. For this, no doubt, sensorial parameters are very important to ensure that there is no change in the taste, there are sensations of the product like this. They're very critical. So we ensure that these parameters at each and every stage. At the we have the sensory panel in our R&D, which ensure that there's no bad aroma, that there's no bad odor, taste is implemented with the time when we expose our product at the higher stability conditions. Actually, this is the basic things which we to ensure for the each and every product, because on that basis only you can decide the shelf life of any product. Either 6 months, 7 months, whatsoever is there. So it is very critical. Now, this is the, you can say that the method development, validation, the transfer. This is a very main role of any R&D analytical development team. That's, for example, when we differ any matrix, for example, we are doing the estimation of vitamin C in juice. When do the same in the glucose, there may be chances or chances that the same chromatographic conditions work or not, may or may not work for the same. So we ensure that the dual method is complies all the validation parameters of the as per the ICS guidelines to make the more confidence of the your claim values. For example, for the method development part, there is some I prepared some flow chart for the same. First of all, we have to do literature search on what type of the compound is there, what we want looking in this, what the columns there, what's the column they use, reagents. On the basis of literature, you get some idea about that one, how it work actually. Then you have to develop the method accordingly when we make the more understanding of our your matrix and the claim parameters. Then after that, first is required to prepare a validation protocol. How you design, how to work in the for the next day. What's your planning? How you execute the validation parameter? Because there the number of the parameters are there in the method development part, like the specificity to check out the whole method is very specific or not. Right? In this, it is a very broad term is there. We take the different way. So I briefing in the very short form that things there, right? After the following the all the protocols which is we implemented in our validation protocol, we execute the same. We check out the data, we generate the validation report and send to the client. After we ensure that all the it is our dual method pass all the ICS guidelines for the method development part of view. In some cases, we also do some optimization. For example, there are some change in the flow rate, some change in the ratio of the your mobile phase, the small change in the column configuration. Then give the more depth to the method development part. Now, after development of the our method development, there's a need to transfer to our CQA plant, our central quality assurance team, to make them more understanding of any new method. For this, where it is required, when we change in the manufacturing process, where there is a change in the regulatory concept, change in the formulation, synthetic route, there is a need to develop the method simply. So I will explain in the next slides to the transfer lines to you. Now, what's the nutrition claims which are for the any food products? There's a mandatory guideline also there. There's for example, we are claiming there's no added sugar. Then how to ensure that there's no added sugar in your products? For example, especially in the honey, you can say. Then how to ensure that there's no vendor cheating with us. So we decided the number of the set of the parameters to check out the concentration of the sugars. Thereby the IRMS, isotopic ratio mass spectrometer, is very critical to distinguish the C3 and C4 plant sugars, which will give the more understanding about the added sugar in the honey, especially I'm saying, right? And for example, we are claiming that there's no synthetic colors in that, but for claiming there should be any documents what should be there. We do the method, depend on the matrix, that we are not added any artificial colors, sweeteners, flavor. First one is there in our products. These are claims. For example, we are not added any preservatives. Then we to ensure that there's no sodium benzoate, methyl paraben, sodium propyl paraben in our matrix. And for example, we are claiming for the rich in antioxidants. Then we to ensure that with the concentration of the equivalent concentration of the antioxidant in your products. On the basis of the molecular level, you can say on the basis of your number of the methods are there actually, or FRAP and DPPS methods, and the vitamin concentration. And for example, we are claiming for any in the edible category of the oil, we are claiming for any omega fatty acid which are beneficial for your health. These are number of the claims which will ensure, and we have to develop the method to check out the concentration of this particular parameters in our products actually. Now, the technology transfer. This is the main things. We have a separate team for that one, which take care of that particular segment. after the development of any method, after development of any specifications for the particular products, when we transfer the product to the our plant, to after the manufacturing of that one, there is a need to ensure each and every parameters we check out at the initial level, what the concentration of vitamins in that after the batch release, the moisture content is there, what the fat value, each and everything we have to ensure that there's no change in the product's quality, because we never play with the quality of our products. Actually, this is the biggest challenge. We have to ensure that your product is safer, efficacious, and nutritionally benefit to all the customers. So we transfer our technology to our CQA team. CQA team has another member in their team which align with us. Then that particular member align with the plant, and to make the more understanding about any method of any new method, to make the more understanding of everyone's. When we face any kind of problem, then they directly consult with us, and then we resolve the problem at our end to make the more understanding of them. That's a very important parameter is actually there. And now the capability development plans. In the earlier slides, I showcased the what we are doing actually, right? But in that, there's a capability development plans have the very significant role, because I just summarizing the three figures there. For example, knowledge enhancement, advanced techniques, in-house facility development, and the future projects. For example, I will explain them one by one. No, for example, knowledge enhancement, advanced techniques, no doubt. Any scientist which are working in the R&D should keep himself or herself with the advanced techniques which are going in the market. So in a regular touch, we are in the touch with all the application specialist of the other of any techniques, to make the more understandings of any advanced technique which may be beneficial for us. For example, NMR technique for check out the honey adulteration. There's a number of things we have to keep ourselves updated with that. And we have to implement the same, we have to analyze the same, which is very actual beneficial or not. This is the basic requirement of any R&D segment, to keep yourself updated with the advanced technique, either in your instrumentation techniques, either in basic knowledge concept point of view, any specific metrics point of view. You can say like this, right? In the in-house facility development, for example, every R&D, for example, with a number of the instruments in our in-house buckets, but still, so with the advancement in the techniques, we have to fulfill the requirements. We for every year we kept some capex to implement to procure the advanced techniques in our R&D and implement the same for the better quality assessment of our products. So we have to update yourself, and then the same we have to implement in our R&D. Keep updated with the instruments, your R&D, which give the more fruitful results for any customer actually. And the next one, the future projects. For example, there's a different list is prepared by after consulting with all the team players. For example, foundation team, analytical team, regulation teams. There are a number of the players in R&D. We may sit together and we discuss which are for a future plan of view, which type of products we were going to launch. For example, which we want to add in our NPDs. On that basis, all that one, and keep their themselves updated with that one. So this is overall capability development plans, which is the basic bone of any R&D. That's we have to keep ourselves with the advanced techniques, future products what are there, and the facility development to implement the same for the better quality assessment of any product. This is from the summarized way I explain all the things. There, each and every slides are the very depth things are there, but the limitation of times and all things, which is I showed that form. And thanks to all of you. If anyone have any question, please ask freely.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation.
Welcome, dear.
Participants, if you have any question, you can put it in chat box, or else you can raise your hand.
Okay, you can text me on my personal mobile number. Or you can mail me if you have any query in the future regarding your curiosity of any problem. Most welcome, all of you, and thanks once again to all the organization team to give such a great platform to interact with the students. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would welcome our second keynote speakers of the day, Dr. Archana Anapur, Director, School of Beauty and Wellness, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, India. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you see my PPT?
No, ma'am.
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, now we can see.
Yeah, now you can see. Yeah. So today
Ma'am,
yeah.
could you please share it in a full screen mode, please?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, for your light on research and development in the field of nutrition and health, which is going to be a future in nutrition innovation. And good morning and welcome to this conference on future trends in health and nutrition. It is an honor to stand before you today as we explore the exciting developments that will shape the health and nutrition landscape in the coming years. The world is experiencing a transformative shift in how we view and approach health and nutrition. As we stand on the blink of the future, the several key trends are emerging and they are poised to revolutionize the way we think about our well being. First, uh, future nutritional trend, I would say, is personalized nutrition. One size fits all approaches to nutrition are becoming a thing of the past. Advances in genetics and data science are enabling us to tailor the dietary recommendations to an individual's unique genetic makeup and lifestyle. Thanks to the breakthroughs in genetics, we now have a deeper understanding of how our unique genetic makeup influences our response to different foods. Genes play a significant role in determining our susceptibility to certain health conditions and how our bodies mobilize nutrients. With the knowledge of our genetic predispositions, it is now possible to create customized nutrition plans that take into account individual variations. These plans can be tailored to address specific health goals, dietary restrictions, and genetic factors. Genetic insights allow us to identify the nutrients that an individual may need in higher or lower quantities. This precision can optimize nutrient absorption and help prevent deficiencies. Personalized nutrition can play a vital role in preventing and managing chronic diseases. By understanding an individual's genetic susceptibility to conditions like diabetes, heart diseases, or obesity, we can develop dietary strategies to mitigate this risk. Personalized nutrition goes beyond genetics. It also considers lifestyle factors such as activity level, sleep pattern, and stress management. Integrating these factors into dietary recommendation can result in more holistic and effective plans. Data science plays a crucial role in processing and analyzing vast amounts of data, allowing us to draw meaningful insights from the genetic information, health records, and dietary habits. Machine learning and artificial intelligence help refine and improve personalized dietary recommendation over time. This approach empowers individuals to take charge of their health. Armed with personalized recommendation, people can make informed choices about their diets, leading to better health outcomes. As genetic and data science continues to evolve, the potential and personalized nutrition is boundless. We can expect increasingly accurate and practical recommendations that adapt to changing health needs and advances in scientific understanding. Second future in nutrition is plant-based diet. The shift towards plant-based diet is not just a trend. It's a sustainable choice for both our health and planet. We will explore how this movement is gaining momentum and the potential it holds for our future. Many individuals are choosing plant-based diets due to ethical concerns about the treatment of animals in the meat and dairy industries. This shift reflects a broader cultural movement towards more compassionate and sustainable food choices. The move towards plant-based diet is in large part driven by growing awareness of the environmental impact on animal agriculture. Plant-based diets have a significantly lower carbon footprint, reduce land and water usage, and can help mitigate climatic change. Plant-based diets are associated with a wide range of health benefits. They are typically lower in saturated fats and cholesterol, making them an excellent choice for cardiovascular health. Additionally, plant-based diets are rich in fiber, vitamins, and antioxidants, contributing to overall well-being. Plant-based diets are far from boring or restrictive. With a wide variety of plant-based ingredients, cuisines, and cooking methods, the options are diverse and flavorful, offering something for every palate. The plant-based food industry is booming, with companies developing innovative alternatives to meat, dairy, and other animal products. This innovation is making it easier for people to transition to plant-based diet without sacrificing taste or texture. Plant-based diet is becoming increasingly normalized and accepted in various cultures and cuisines. Restaurants, fast food chains, and food manufacturers are incorporating plant-based options into their menus, reflecting the mainstream acceptance to this trend. The move towards plant-based diet is seen as a solution to global food security issues. Plant-based agriculture can feed more people with fewer resources, making it crucial consideration for growing global population. The plant-based movement is not just a trend, but a long-term shift in our relationship with food. As technology advances and culinary activities expand, plant-based diets are poised to play a central role in the future of food. Third futuristic trend is towards sustainability. Sustainable foods are grown, raised, or sourced with environmentally friendly practices. And this includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions, minimizing.
अपनी जब दे रही है तो खाली जो बनाई से स्लाइड वह पढ़ाई जाएगी.
This includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions, minimizing water usage, and conserving biodiversity. But supporting sustainable agriculture, we contribute to the preservation of our planet's ecosystem, which ultimately benefits all living beings. Sustainable food production methods tend to have a lower carbon footprint than conventional agriculture. A significant portion of greenhouse gas emission comes from production and transportation of meat and dairy products. By supporting sustainable farming, we can play a vital role in reducing contribution to climate change. Part of sustainable food practices involve reducing food waste, which is significant problem worldwide. By choosing to consume foods mindfully, we contribute to less food waste, conserving resources, and reducing environmental impact of discarded food. Nutritious foods, which are often synonymous with sustainable options, provide essential vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that are crucial for our well-being.
थोड़ा
Choosing
सोया काट के रख लो
fresh fruits and vegetables and
मेथी
sustainable. Hello, can you mute yourself?
सब काट लो फिर काट के रख दो।
Choosing whole grains, fresh fruits, and vegetables, and sustainably sourced proteins can help reduce the risk of diet-related health issues like obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. Sustainable food often supports local economics, food security, and economic saving. Nutrient-dense whole foods may seem more expensive upfront, but they can save money in long run by reducing healthcare costs associated with diet-related diseases. Additionally, seasonal locally sourced foods can be more affordable and readily available. Now, fourth future in nutrition is innovation in food industry. Cultured meat, also known as lab-grown or cell-based meat, offers a more sustainable protein source. It has a significantly lower environmental footprint compared to traditional livestock farming, including reduced greenhouse gas emission, land use, and water consumption. So first innovation could be, which I'm going to talk, is about the cultured meat. Cultured meat has a potential to address ethical concerns related to animal welfare. It eliminates the need for raising and slaughtering animals, offering more humane way to produce meat products. The production of cultured meat is highly resource efficient. It requires less land and water and generates fewer waste byproducts, making it more efficient and sustainable way to meet the growing demand of protein. As the global population continues to grow, cultured meat can play a vital role in ensuring food security. It offers a solution to challenges of feeding a larger population without further straining natural resources. Cultured meat can be engineered to have specific nutritional profiles, allowing for the creation of healthier meat options with lower saturated fats and ability to include beneficial nutrients. The development of cultured meat represent a significant innovation in the food industry. It involves biotechnology, tissue engineering, and cell structure technique to create meat that is nearly identical in taste and texture to conventionally produced meat. By reducing our reliance on traditional animal farming, cultured meat can help mitigate the risk of zoonotic diseases which can transfer from animal to humans. This aspect is particularly relevant in the context of public health. Cultured meat can be produced by a variety of flavor profiles and textures, making it adaptable to different culinary traditional and preferences. It can cater to wide range of global diets and tastes. Next is 3D printing. This innovation is an intersection of technology and gastronomy. 3D printing allows 3D food printing allows for precise customization of food products. It enables individuals to tailor the taste, texture, and nutritional content of their meals, catering to specific dietary needs and preferences. 3D printing can streamline food production processes, reducing waste and energy consumption. It has the potential to make food preparation more efficient, which is crucial in addressing global food supply chain sustainability and resource challenges. Innovations In 3D food printing, it has a capacity in innovations in culinary art. This technology encourages chefs and food designers to push the boundaries of culinary creativity. It offers a platform for culinary artists to experiment with new textures, shapes, and flavors that were previously difficult to achieve using traditional cooking methods. 3D printing allows for precise control over the preparation processes, minimizing the risk of foodborne illnesses. It can also contribute to safer production by reducing human handling. The technology enables the incorporation of nutrient and supplements directly into the food matrix. This can be valuable tool for addressing nutritional deficiencies and promoting overall health. 3D printed food has applications beyond Earth. It is considered a potential solution for feeding astronauts on long duration space missions where traditional cooking of food and storage may be impractical. Despite its potential, 3D printed food faces challenges related to public acceptance, taste, and texture. The technology is evolving, and consumer preferences and prescriptions will play a significant role in adaptation. The precise nature of 3D printing can reduce food waste and support sustainable practices. It can enable the creation of food with optimized ingredient utilization. As the technology becomes more accessible, it may find application in various settings, including healthcare and fine dining as well, such as unique culinary experiences. Next future of nutrition is in the vital connection between mental health and nutrition. Mental health and nutrition are intricately linked, and understanding this connection is pivotal for overall well-being. What we eat can have a profound impact on our mental health, influencing our mood, cognitive function, and emotional stability. There is a nutrient and brain connection. Also, balanced diet is required for emotional stability. Brain, like any other organ, relies on essential nutrients to function optimally. Nutrients like omega-3 fatty acid, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants are vital for cognitive process and mood regulations and the prevention of mental health disorders. Sugar and processed food can have a considerable impact on conditions like depression and anxiety. There is a gut-brain connection which says that emerging research highlights the gut-brain axis, which is biodirectional communication system between the gut and brain. The healthy gut microbiome influenced by diet plays a role in mental health. An imbalance in gut microbiota has been linked to conditions like depression and anxiety. There is a connection between inflammation and mental health. There is a connection between nutrition and cognitive functions, and there is a connection between gut microbiota and micronutrient deficiencies. So these are various topics for research in mental health. Even mild hydration can affect cognitive functions and mood. So staying well hydrated is essential for maintaining mental clarity and focus. Developing a healthy relationship with food and practicing mindful eating can improve one's overall relationship with their body and foster a positive mindset, reducing the risk of disordered eating pattern and stress-related issues. Nutrition is just one piece of the puzzle in mental health. A holistic approach that includes regular physical activity, stress management, and social connection is very important. Very important. So in this conference, we will have the privilege of hearing from experts at the forefront of these trends. And I encourage you to engage in thought-provoking discussions. Together, we will gain insights into the path forwarded as we seek to improve our health and well being, embrace sustainability, and harness the power of innovation. I have no doubt that the knowledge and ideas shared here will shape a healthier, more sustainable future for all of us. And thank you for joining us in this exploration of the future trends in health and nutrition. So let the journey begin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your informative presentation.
Thank you so much. I will stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I request all the participants to turn on their video for a conference gallery picture. Please. I repeat again, I request all the participants to turn on their video for a conference gallery picture. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Now I would like to welcome our third keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Sharif Ramzi, Professor, Department of Food Toxicology and Contaminants, National Research Center, NRC, Egypt. Sir, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. I have a problem to share the presentation.
Okay, sir. You have connectivity problem?
The problem in share the presentation. I can send it to you through WhatsApp.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can say.
Okay, send to you WhatsApp.
Yes, sir.
Doctor,
We'll check. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
receive?
Yes, sir. I received.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I will display it, sir. Sir, can you see the presentation, sir?
Start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning. Honor to me to join the sixth international conference on food and nutrition by the Universal Society of Food and Nutrition. I'm Sharif, professor for toxicology, National Research Center. I am talking about mycotoxins. Mycotoxins metabolized produced by several fungi species. Mycotoxins are harmful substances produced naturally by some species of fungi that can grow on the variety of foods. Some food-borne mycotoxins have immediate consequences with signs of severe sickness developing shortly after consuming contaminated food products. Mycotoxins have been linked to long-term health effects such as cancer induction and immunodeficiency and can be life-threatening, usually through liver damage, genotoxicity, which means they can damage DNA and cause cancer in animal and human. Also induce oesophageal cancer in human and kidney damage and hormonal and estrogenic effects and can cause infertility at high intake level, particularly in pigs. I will start the slide one. The title of my presentation, Mycotoxins, Health Problem and Future Strategies. Mycotoxin secondary metabolized from fungi contaminate many agricultural commodities and induced a wide hazard for any people and animal. For contamination, mycotoxin can contaminate all commodities, most cereal crops such as wheat, rice, barley, coffee, beans, peanuts, and medicinal herbs. Mycotoxin health problem.
Sir, should I change the slide? Should I change the slide, sir?
Exchange
different topic वाले.
mycotoxin health problem. There are four basic toxicity for mycotoxins are acute, chronic, mutagenic, and teratogenic. Mycotoxins are carcinogenic in general, hepatocarcinogenic, immunosuppressive, induce kidney tumor, and esophageal cancer. The number type of mycotoxin
फिर आगे कुछ नहीं.
I request all the participants to mute their audio. Yes, sir.
you don't listen me?
No, sir. I request the participants.
Okay, continue.
Should I change the slide, sir?
Number of mycotoxins, the type, there are over 300 mycotoxin, but the common contaminated food and feed about 20 levels and the frequency to be of food safety concern. Mycotoxins and world food supply, there are 25% of world food crops are contaminated annually by different level of mycotoxins. Less than 100 countries have regulations of mycotoxin in food and feed. Mycotoxin major concern. The major concern medically and agriculture are aflatoxin, fumonisin, ochratoxin, trichosicin, zearalenone, and betuli. Concerning the main toxin produced by the fungi of Aspergillus flavus and parasiticus is aflatoxin. Globally produces by B types. A parasiticus in Africa and the USA produce B and G types. Concerning the aflatoxin and health, aflatoxin induce acute and chronic toxicity. Acute toxicity include liver cancer. Aflatoxin responsible on 40% of liver cancer cases in Africa. Immunosuppression reduce the activity of the immune system, interfering with absorption and the metabolism of vitamins and minerals, protein, and induce malnutrition and gastrointestinal toxicity. Chronic aflatoxicosis impair food conversion, slow growth, immunity problem, cirrhosis, and finally liver cancer. Concerning the toxin fumonisin B1 is a mycotoxin mainly produced from some fumonisin species, which commonly grows on the corn grains and other agricultural commodities. Fumonisin B1 and health. Fumonisin B1 can induce esophageal cancer, neural tube defects in brain, spinal cord defects, increase of reactive oxygen species production, cytotoxicity, and finally induce apoptosis. Also, the toxin of ochratoxin A is mycotoxin produced by several fungal species, including Aspergillus ochratius, Penicillium, and also Aspergillus niger. Exposure to ochratoxin A from contaminated barley, wheat, and coffee bean mainly can grow on these commodities. Ochratoxin A and health can cause adverse effect on kidney, can adduct with albumin, and induce problem in the kidney, cardiac, and hepatic of gastrointestinal lesion. According to the studies on the experimental animal, ochratoxin A is carcinogenic compounds. We have a toxin called trichosicin, very spread in Asia and also in Africa. And the main fungi species that produces trichosicin is Fusarium germinatum. Exposure to trichosicin from mold rice, cereal, and agricultural products. Trichosicin and health. Trichosicin can induce toxic effects include decrease of plasma glucose, reduce of blood cell, alteration in histology picture for both liver and stomach, inhibition of RNA and DNA synthesis. Also, there are spread toxin called zearalenone. Its source, Fusarium, also occurred in different commodities such as wheat grains, barley, maize, corn, silage, sorghum, and rice. Concerning this toxin and health, has a negative effect on the reproductive system, such as alteration of reproductive system, decrease of fertility, abnormal level of progesterone hormone, reduced fetal weight, and survival rate of embryo. We have also betulin produced by certain penicillium and some species of Aspergillus fungi, but more specifically, mainly Penicillium expansum fungus. Betulin can occur in molds, fruit, especially apple and its juice. Betulin can induce toxicity of gastrointestinal tract, lung toxicity, decrease of body weight, increased mortality in both sexes, male and female. In this presentation, we should talking about the future strategies about mycotoxin and to avoid and protect human and animal from these hazards. Like we can use the innovative processing technologies to control of mycotoxins, such as roasting using infrared cold atmospheric pressure plasma, non-ionizing radiation, and natural ozone. Will greatly these factors will greatly improve the safety of different food and feed. Also, the pre and post harvest process strategies are very important to manage the toxogenic fungi in food commodities. We can detoxificate of mycotoxins using natural agent that can suppress or reduce the absorption and promote secretion or modify the mode of action of these mycotoxins. Advanced detection techniques are helping in detect ultra trace amount of mycotoxin in food products, and we can into rapid methods for mycotoxin detection.
Sir, sorry for the interruption, sir. The slides are not changing here. I will do stop sharing and reshare it again, sir. I think a connectivity problem here.
Problem for mycotoxin detection?
For me, sir, the problem is for me. The slides are not changing.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
I'll do the stop sharing option and reshare it again, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in slide 25.
Okay, sir. I'll do that.
See reaction. This is the reaction. There is screen. After that screen, you will get it. But they are also not putting any background.
No, when they are presenting, yeah, though started our paper presentation. I don't know. They have given one link only. Where I will be presenting, I don't
No,
know.
they like say you will there is see they screen there
Yeah.
everyone can say see.
Yeah. No, they are presenting now.
So that like say you can also.
Okay, I can continue.
Yes, sir. Now you can see the slide.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Continue, please.
We are talking about the future trends to avoid the hazard risk of mycotoxin in food and their effect on the human and animal as well. In this regard, we can use untraditional solution to control climatic change, which is a major cause of fungal growth and emergence of more toxic fungal strains, unlike the past, through reducing the thermal emission from the cars and factories that affect on the climate in general. We can also application of non-traditional solution to control this toxin through the use of good manufacture practice GMP, either after harvesting the crop or during food processing, and trying to apply the hazard analysis control point HASP system in all stages of food processing. Continue to conduct a survey study to determine the presence of these toxins in food commodities. Also working on the development of resistant cultivars type to against fungi growth and thus avoid their toxicity. An attempt to analysis of toxins in human blood within the routine analysis performed in human medical examination. Conduct an awareness program for citizens on the hazard of these toxins and how to avoid them in the daily food using simple ways through the media or by holding training courses for citizens in different regions. Thank you and honor for participate in this conference and all hope all success and all bliss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative presentation, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Now I request all the participants to turn on their video for a conference gallery picture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone coordination.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Attention everyone please. Like yesterday, the breakout session for the technical track has been assigned. I kindly request all the presenters to make their ways to respective halls. Main hall people please remain in the same hall. Hall A, Hall B, Hall C people as per the agenda please make their way to respective halls. The session will be starting by 10:40 as per the agenda. The technical session will be starting by 10:40 as per the agenda. Kind attention everyone. Like yesterday, the breakup session for the technical track has been opened for the Hall A, Hall B, Hall C. I kindly request all presenters to make their way to respective halls. Main hall people please remain in the same place. The technical session will be starting by 10:40 as per the agenda.
गुड मॉर्निंग। हम लोग ना 8 नवंबर को वहाँ जा रहे हैं देहरादून। 8 नवंबर को क्या करना है मैम? डांस। वो है रेडियोलॉजी डे है। हमको डांस प्रिपेयर करना है, डांस होना चाहिए। अच्छा कब? अभी। अभी आज के डेट 26 अभी से चाहिए। हाँ। कितने टाइम? मतलब अभी ना वो दीक्षा मैम छुट्टी में है सैटरडे तक, तो क्लासेस ऐसी होनी नहीं, तो तब तक। ठीक है, किस टाइम चाहिए?
किस टाइम मतलब
2 घंटे काफी है।
हाँ 2 घंटे
2 लेक्चर
लास्ट की या कब
अभी के लिए, अभी हमारे लेक्चर फ्री है।
Good morning, everyone. Ma'am, can we start the session?
Uh, yes, good morning, Nivita. I guess we are good to go. We can start with the first
Yes.
participant.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
today it is my humble request to every participant to kindly adhere to time. And Nivita, I also want you to please put a timer of 7 to 8 minutes for the
Okay,
oral
ma'am.
and 5 minutes for e-poster. When the time is over, you please tell them at that point of time. Okay?
Sure, sure. Ma'am.
Yeah, please. So we can start with the first presentation for
Yes, ma'am.
today's session, please.
Yes, ma'am. I welcome all participants for the technical session. Now I welcome our session chair for the day, Professor Ruchi Kotayala, Head of Department, School of Sciences, Nutrition and Psychology, PCET, Cambridge Chinchwad University, India. Now I would like to welcome our first presenter of the day, Shruti Kantawala. Shruti? Shruti?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Good morning, one and all. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, is it visible?
Okay. Good morning,
Please
all.
share, please share it in a full screen mode, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present. Today I'm going to present on the topic infant and young child feeding practices of working mothers of urban Surat and its impact on their mental health.
Under the supervision of Dr. Mrs.
Join break.
I request all the participants to mute your audio, please. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Working woman is defined as a woman with the ability to combine a career with the added responsibility of raising a child. Hence, we broadly categorize them into two categories. That is, a woman who is staying at home and working from the home and doing all the household responsibilities, and at the same time, a woman who is working away from the home while managing and fulfilling her maternal duties. Despite of having many laws and facilities available, especially the maternity leave and the various other components attached with the maternity leave laws, still many women in India face obstacles post-maternity while managing their office work or taking care of their IYCF practices. Many of the times women have to leave their jobs due to the maternity issues. Hence, we need to have strengthened laws to enforce that we give an conducive and supportive environment to the woman to work and take care of her as well as her child needs. So the rationale of my study is pregnancy and lactation is the most significant phase of woman's life in which a woman undergoes various physiological as well as psychosocial changes to sustain a growing infant. Female workforce participation is of utmost importance in today's economic growth of the country. Formulating and providing good workspace environment and policies that protects the woman's right is essential and is many women are now in a working era in different sectors, and as well as IVF practices are affected due to the non-conducive environment given to them. The objective of the study is to know the IVF practices followed by the working woman and to know the impact of maternity benefit act on the mental health of the people. The experimental design, a total of 1,275 schools of urban municipal corporation Surat were enrolled, from which all the schools were divided into 7 zones of the city, and from each zone 8 schools were selected, 4 from the government sector and 4 from the private sector, to know the differences in their feeding practices, if they are getting any maternity support or not. So a total of 56 schools were covered, and in that 472 women were enrolled for the study who were working in the municipal corporation schools, and from that Hello.
Shruti ma'am, are you here?
Yeah.
Your slides are not visible, ma'am.
Yeah, I just got locked up.
Okay.
I'm sharing it again.
Okay.
So should I start from the beginning or?
No. Please continue from where you left.
Okay. Yeah. So a total of 56 schools were covered, and 472 women were enrolled for the study. And from that, working mothers whose children were less than 2 years of age were enrolled, and IYCF practices of the women was done for the child feeding practices. And for the women's mental health, we use the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, as well as the dietary diversity was assessed to know their dietary intake and its impact. Background information, a total of age-wise distribution of the children showed that 60% of the children were above 1 year of age, and 40% of the children were in the age of 6 to 12 months. As maternity leave was there in few cases, so 3 to 4 women were not included in the study as they were on the maternity leave. Gender-wise, 80% of the children were males and 20% were females. Early initiation rate of breastfeeding showed that among the total mothers, 60% of the women had undergone a C-section delivery, and 90% had a full-term delivery done at a private hospital. But in respect to the early initiation rate, only 30% of the children had breastfeeded within 1 hour of the birth, and remaining were initiated after 1 hour or within 3 days of the birth as well. The most common reason cited by late initiation was due to the C-section and low supply of breast milk. Colostrum was, the good practices like colostrum was given to 50% of the children. However, 50% of the children were also given prelactals, and the reason for giving prelactal was still our cultural beliefs and mother's perception that the child might be hungry due to the lack of breast milk supply. Among the total children, 1% were currently breastfed, and all the mothers had the knowledge about timely initiation of complementary food. However, 50% of the mothers started before 6 months of age or at 6 months of age due to their working schedule, and 50% started complementary at the right age. Coming to the IYCF indicators, all the children met the minimum meal frequency. However, the minimum acceptable diet or minimum dietary diversity of the children for a breastfed children was met by 40%, and for a non-breastfed children, none of them met the dietary diversity or the Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is my screen visible? I think
No, ma'am. Is it visible? But please try to conclude fast, ma'am. Your time is up already.
Yeah, I'm just about to finish.
Okay.
So, as we can see, the IYCF indicator, there is poor dietary diversity among the children's diet, as well as if we talk of the dietary diversity of the women. Just a second. As well as if talk of the various food groups consumed by the women, we can see that the dietary diversity among the women is also poor, as they are mainly eating cereals and milk products, or sometimes the other vegetables. A woman, 60% of the women met the minimum dietary diversity. And if we talk of the Edinburgh postnatal post-depression scale, 50% of the women were at risk of possible depression, which might not have been identified by them, or they might need a screening to be done, though their age were more than their baby's age were more than 6 months of the age. So thus I can conclude that poor dietary diversity among women and children needs to be tackled by providing adequate support and knowledge to the family members about the correct care to be taken, not only during pregnancy, but also during the lactation phase of the woman. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so Shruti, it is quite a novel kind of a study. What you have done, could you please on your camera fast, Shruti?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, Shruti. So my basic question to you is, in your topic, you have written there. What do you mean by there? Who there? Is it
The
like you are
mothers.
trying to say about the mother, or you would like to say?
Mothers.
So how come this relevance stands that they are working, and then whether they breastfed or not, what they were doing in weaning, and its correlation to their mental health? There are three variables which you have taken, like working mother. Then you took after pregnancy, means after delivery, what they were doing, how many did the breastfeeding, how many didn't do or couldn't do breastfeeding, and then what about their weaning. So practically there would have been like that, what is the mental health, that means the infant's mental health. But here you have taken all
No, ma'am.
these for the mother itself.
Mother. Yes, ma'am. We have
But
used
why?
Edinburgh
How come
postnatal.
working and then doing breastfeeding or not, how this affects the mother's mental health?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Nowadays, the postpartum depression is very, very common. And many of the times, women are not identifying the symptoms that are associated with postpartum depression, especially in the first 2 months of the lactation period, where they are struggling with their breastfeeding issues and their feeding practices. However, I wanted to take those women also, but as they were on maternity leave, so I couldn't contact them. And we have approached the women who have taken maternity leave for first 6 months, and they were still at a risk of postpartum depression. So basically, as we say in the after lactation, the priority is given to the child. So everyone is there to take care of the needs of the child. But for the woman, especially her eating pattern, if they are in a nuclear family.
So what was your control group over here? I understood what you presented. I'm just trying to clutter your data. What was your control group? With whom you were comparing? Like you
No,
said,
ma'am.
working.
Ma'am, it's not a case control study. It's a cross-sectional study. So we have just observed what is the impact if the women are taking a maternity leave. Is it going to be beneficial? But the most biggest issue here is many women doesn't know that there is a maternity leave law. There is a creche facility available. So like as I said, 70% of them were still continuing breastfeeding after 1 year of age also. But most of the women stopped breastfeeding due to their work pressure, work environment. They don't have a working breastfeeding break facility, or they don't have a creche facility. Even in government or in private, there is no creche facility available that they can carry their children and breastfeed even in the working hours. So as per the law, they are eligible for 2 nursing breaks till 2 years, and there should be a creche facility available if there are women less than 10 also in a working setup. But those things were not there.
So how
So
many
that is
such
affecting the women's mental health also.
yeah, of course. But how many such organizations you identified where these things are not present and they were working over there? Did you identify that? Because this is also
Ma'am, I had
becoming
taken this. Yeah, ma'am, I had taken an organized sector because earlier I have done a studies on unorganized and unorganized sector, a comparison between the two. There was not much difference. So I specifically took up an organized sector where school enrollment, because school is where the workforce, female workforce is much more higher compared to male. So I took up schools as my study area. And there we couldn't find a creche facility, though we took up government. We were trying to see a comparison between government and a private sector. But even in government sector, no creche facility or the nursing breaks were allowed. They were
all right.
giving 6 months maternity.
All right. So my last question to you is it a matter of coincidence that you found more of boys, as in the child 80% you said and 20?
Yeah.
I guess it is
Yeah,
a
yes.
matter of coincidence, or?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
I like even we could screening 500 women, and we could only get 10 women whose children were less than 2 years of age. So maybe if we do a more larger study, we can have a bigger, much data there to present.
All right, I guess this study has lot many variables which needs to be explored, although this is a very good and novel kind of a study, because you are absolutely right. Mental health, that too postpartum, and it has not been recognized. That is true. And each one of us who have delivered, we all have undergone this kind of a depression somewhere down the line in the parts of our life. But sometimes we were geared up and sometimes we were not. Anyways, thank you so much. Best wishes. Keep on continue doing the good work, because this has more potential to be done. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
Next
you, ma'am.
participant, please. Yes.
I would like to call the next participant of the day, the presenter of the day, Dr. Vamika Arun. Ma'am, Vamika ma'am. Vamika ma'am.
I guess we can move on to next one.
Okay. Shweta Patel. Vamika ma'am is there.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, sorry. Even I also keep getting signed out, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm unable to share. Just give me a minute.
Can we move to the next participant, ma'am?
Yes, I guess, Nivita, it's okay, Dr. Vamika. You take some of your time and
Shweta
no
Patel.
worries, don't panic.
All
By
right.
that time, we can move on to next participant, okay?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Shweta Patel,
Morning,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will try to share my screen. Please give me a
It's,
minute.
yes,
Um, is screen visible?
yes, ma'am. Is it
Is my
visible?
screen visible?
Yeah.
Please let me if the slides are moving or not. I'll put it on. Are the slides moving, ma'am?
Yeah, I think it's moving, ma'am. You can start.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the presentation. A very good morning to all of you. I'm Shweta Patel from Department of Nutrition, TMS University of Baroda. I'll be presenting a part of my doctoral dissertation. The paper presentation is titled as Assessment of Nutritional Status of Upper Primary School Children of Rural Baroda using Composite Index of Anthropometric Failure. Now, school age and adolescence, we all know that are important age groups because they are characterized by a rapid physiological, mental, and social development, and the nutritional needs are also unique during this age group. And that is why adequate nutrition is essential. Undernutrition among school children is a challenge, especially for a country like India, where almost 30% of the population is aged between 5 to 19 years. We are one of the youngest countries in the world. And the sad part is that almost 27% of these children are facing the problem of acute malnutrition. If we talk about our national database, the CNNS data, which has shown abundance of undernutrition across different categories of childhood and adolescence, data shows that almost 1/3 of the younger population, 0 to 4 years old children, are studied. The prevalence, however, decreases slightly with age. With respect to underweight, again, 1/3 of the children are suffering from underweight according to weight for age. If we talk about acute malnutrition, of course, the indicator is different for 0 to 4 years and 5 to 19 years age group, but almost 1/4 of the population is suffering from this form of malnutrition. Different forms of malnutrition individually. However, this doesn't reflect the true picture. How many children in total are affected by any form of malnutrition? That would be an important information, not only for us researchers, but also for policymakers to reform the policies or strengthen the existing policies. That is where the problem, that the index of anthropometric failure will help us, because it is a comprehensive measure which will provide us the measure of which will provide us overall idea instead unlike the individual indices. Now, what is this composite index of anthropometric failure? It was first proposed in the year 2000, by Professor Peter, and shows a composite effect. It includes all the anthropometric indicators. So, keeping this in mind, the present set of the present study was planned for nutrition status of for primary school children who were
Hello. Shweta ma'am, are you there? I think she left the meeting, ma'am, because of poor connectivity issue.
Nivita, is she a part of the meeting now?
No, ma'am, I think she left the meeting. Yes.
Maybe her signal was bad.
Signal is not.
Uh, okay, so probably the candidate before her, if you are ready, so you can present then.
Vamika ma'am?
Yes, Niveta. Can I go on stage?
Yeah,
Yeah,
please, Dr.
yeah,
Vamika, go
please.
ahead.
All right, fine. Okay. I hope my slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am, is it visible?
All right. Sorry for the initial technical glitch. So moving on. Does sodium intake always affect blood pressure control? So we are basically discussing the potential role of pharmaconutrigenetics in management of hypertension. So honestly, the inspiration from this, the inspiration for this study was basically the fact that in clinical practice, especially in a cardiology OPD, we see a lot of patients with blood pressure and requesting blood pressure medications, and it's one of the most common complaints.
I request others to kindly put themselves on mute, please.
I request all the participants to mute your audio, please.
Can I continue? All right.
Yes, please.
All right. So then, so since hypertension, BP is such a common complaint, I felt the need to assess why people use medications, and also the most common idea behind controlling BP is salt management, the management of salt intake. So this is what I'm going to talk about. So this is the abstract. I'll move on quickly. So here we're talking about the era of precision medicine, wherein it's not just medications that are enough, even nutrition, lifestyle, everything plays a big role in the essential management of blood pressure. Now, nutritional approaches to reduce BP is usually focused on sodium intake, but we also need to consider a subset of population who are salt sensitive and salt resistant. So most of the people, most of the population as we know it, are salt sensitive. However, many are salt resistant, which means they won't have much of an impact from controlling salt on their blood pressure. So, So blood pressure for individuals who are salt sensitive will change depending on the level of sodium intake. However, we can't say the same for salt resistant individuals, and hence it is important to stratify the population based on this dietary intake. So the concept of pharmaconutrigenetics, we're just getting started and we're just touching upon what it really is. So this concept incorporates genetic markers. A lot of genetic markers are involved, but I'll be talking about basically 2 of them, just touching on them to give you an idea how it influences salt sensitivity in individuals. This is also important to understand because we have a separate disease known as resistant and refractory hypertension. So a lot of individuals do not respond to medications, even though they're taking a combination of 3 to 5 classes of antihypertensives. So it would be useful to understand if there are genetic markers which are manipulating the way they respond to these antihypertensive agents. So can a pharmacogenetic approach ensure better drug selection? So yes, it can lead to improved efficacy of these drugs, lower adverse events, because we know there are a lot of side effects involved with antihypertensives, and it's also an efficient use of limited healthcare resources. So why is sodium vital for us? We know this for muscle and nerve function, active transport of molecules across cell membranes, so that largely involves a lot of our metabolic activities, and most importantly, controlling blood pressure through altering fluid and electrolyte balance. So low sodium intake may affect insulin resistance, blood lipids, CVD risk. However, I have to put a disclaimer here that there are not much data available to understand the risk between low sodium intake and CVD risk. A lot of data is available for the contrary, which is the elevated blood pressure because of increased salt intake. But
Dr. Bhamika, it's
yes,
just my request, kindly go to your objectives, please. You will
sure,
lose
sure.
on the time. Go to
All
the
right.
objectives.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, thank you. So just highlighting here what the data tells us about hypertension and CVD. So we know that a lot of, like 62% of stroke events, 49% of heart diseases are because of raised blood pressure, which is what brings us to the general consensus that maintaining an optimum level of sodium intake can help manage blood pressure and prevent cardiovascular related mortality, since studies have shown that reducing the sodium consumption can reduce blood pressure. So this is a recommended daily intake, and basically showing the UK dietary guidelines and US dietary guidelines. So WHO has told us to restrict our sodium intake to less than 2 grams per day. However, this is not what we see currently. Almost double is what we are seeing at a global level. So a global mean intake of 3.95 grams per day. So is it time to reduce salt intake? So we have a lot of strategies to reduce salt intake, like reformulate food products, establish sodium content targets. So these are the educating consumers. So these are strategies to reduce sodium intake. But are we missing out something here? So these are individuals with high BP. So for them, we have the DASH diet. Again, this is about eating more healthier, living more healthier with a healthy lifestyle, limiting alcoholic drinks, potassium supplements, weight loss. All these are factors in reducing BP. However, effect of sodium on BP is not the same in everyone. So the concept of salt sensitivity is usually ignored, even by doctors practicing blood pressure management. But this is only because most of the time when we prescribe those medications, we assume individuals are all salt sensitive, as in they are going to, as in their blood pressure is going to reduce if we reduce their consumption of salt. So salt sensitivity is defined by a change in blood pressure in response to a change in sodium chloride intake. And this is influenced by genetics, age, gender, race or ethnicity, body mass index, and diet. Is salt sensitivity an important risk factor for mortality? So they had done this 27-year-long observational study, and they found that salt sensitivity is an important risk factor, and individuals who were normotensive and salt resistant had significantly better survival compared to 3 other subgroups in that same study. That is normotensive and salt sensitive, hypertensive and salt resistant, and the worst being obviously hypertensive and salt sensitive, which is actually majority of the population. However, we don't have crude data yet to explain the same. The salt sensitivity phenotype is an important factor to consider in determining optimal sodium intake levels. So focusing on just aggressive salt intake reduction might not just be the answer here. So of course, it is cumbersome to stratify population as salt sensitive. We need to do weeks of careful dietary monitoring using crossover study design, and we need to also do genotyping. So, for example, variants in the GRK4 and SLC4A5 genes have the strongest and most consistent genetic links. However, I believe there are 17 more such genetic links which have been identified. So what is the current standard of practice in managing sodium intake? So here, just a couple of statistics that 14% of the population are salt sensitive, but they are normotensive. So it doesn't always reflect as hypertensive. And about 11.8% of adults are both hypertensive and salt sensitive. So you see that they are the subset of population who would actually respond to reducing salt intake and hence see a change in their blood pressure. So it's time to move away from the one-size-fits-all approach. We need to individualize these dietary recommendations. We need to understand who are salt resistant and hypertensive and who are salt sensitive and hypertensive or even normotensive. So the pharmacological interventions, we know these are the different antihypertensives like thiazide type diuretics, ACE inhibitors, ARBs. There are different types of antihypertensive agents. However, unfortunately, 60% of hypertensive individuals treated with these agents do not really respond adequately. So the practice of pharmacogenetics is basically to tailor drug therapies. And this is quite a great idea because a lot of side effects from using these drugs affect kidneys, heart, muscles. So we need to make sure to tailor these drug therapies, to individualize their drug therapies. And in a way, we can also predict the efficacy or prevent these adverse outcomes, as I previously mentioned. And there are promising genetic markers, like how I mentioned previously.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Your time is extended. Please try to conclude fast.
Yes, almost over. And this is especially helpful in resistant or refractory hypertension, wherein the medications are so high in number, almost 3 to 5 classes of medications. So we need to bring it down, to tone it down. So some strategies which we can talk about is obviously reducing sodium intake in those people who are salt sensitive. But we also need to understand that diet, along with dietary interventions, we also could use genetic tailoring for these subset of patients. So nutrigenetic information can help identify individuals who are normotensive and hypertensive while they are salt sensitive. And pharmacogenetic information can help us optimize the drug efficacy and minimize adverse outcomes. So some recommendations, this is just basically generally, it's not applied yet in current practice, but what has been suggested is to just keep the salt intake within the normal limits itself. That's what we can do for now instead of doing the cumbersome procedure of understanding who is salt sensitive and salt resistant. And yeah, these are for patients who have resistant and refractory hypertension. And the major paradigm shift is that instead of relying on blood pressure to dictate how much sodium should be consumed, maybe we could use salt sensitivity phenotype to guide the priority placed on sodium intake levels. So precision medicine, in particular, combining pharmacological and nutritional genetic information, helps us guide individualized medications and nutritional decisions. And this can in turn help improve blood pressure management. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Dr. Vamika. This was a need of the hour kind of a topic what we discussed, because everywhere nowadays we are talking about nutrigenomics and genes and how come the precise as well as a personalized nutrition has to be seen.
Right.
But since you picked up the word pharma, nutrigenetics, that means the drugs, then the nutrition, and then how the genes, right?
Right.
So I was wanting to see some of the research papers which are talking about that this was the drug which was given and how, since you use the word pharma, right?
Right, right.
and about the gene which is totally responsible, and how, if the trials were done, then how, what was the effect? Because in whole of this presentation, we understood the issue.
Right.
Like you are talking about that topic. But
Right.
generally,
I will get
when we
checked.
present in the right pursuit of the research papers, I assume it was like a review. So when we just, present it as a review, then we have to give the appreciation to the people whose work and what they have done. What
Right.
was the sample size? It is right to say that this is existent, but what is the work actually which has been done to substantiate the claim on this? And
Right.
how to taper down the drugs if we are talking about the word pharma?
Right.
Then definitely how to taper on the drug. Like if X is receiving, this much quantity, or maybe the milligram of this drug in this manner, then in such people, what it should be if such kind of a work has been done.
Right.
Or keeping control and experimental on the same salt sensitive, and when the drug was tapered or done like that, and even the nutritional intervention was done like that, so how the effect was. So just that much of it. Otherwise, you discussed a very right topic, but just it has got a lot of potential. If you
Yes.
can just add on more of the research papers and substantiate your claim, that is something which is very important. That
Definitely.
you are
Ma'am,
claiming
this,
that this exists, but then how,
yes,
how
ma'am.
this has to be done. So that would
Ma'am,
have been used.
I'll definitely consider what you said because this was just a review. But now, when I want to convert this into more of a meta-analysis, I will definitely use a chunk of all the numbers.
Meta-analysis is fine when you go for that. What are the multiple factors? But here I'm saying, even in this review also, when we do the critical,
Right.
it becomes important to talk about that what is the work of other people. That's what
Right.
review is all about.
Right.
Like we don't have to talk about it like an article. We have to
Alright.
tell what the work has been done by other people and they were saying.
Right.
Because research means that only, no bias. We may
Right.
feel anything, but it could go, it like that. Anyways,
it.
thank you. That was good.
Thank you,
Best
ma'am.
wishes to you. Okay. So the next candidate, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter of the day, BVN Abhishek. Yes, sir. Start sharing your screen, sir.
Hello everyone. So today my topic is about the effect of practices on consumption of food on health and nutrition. So basically, when we think about the diet and nutrition, we need to expand our focus onto the food consumption, where preparation and serving techniques are equally important, which affect on her health. Basically, food consumption is a periodic behavior, and it is also triggered by various moments of the day, like a number of converging factors like time, state, etc. So whether coming to the food consumption, it also depends upon the food processes. In earlier days, people were aware about their food consumption due to the healthy preparations. So in the recent times, in the present scenario, due to the modernization, lack of time, technical adoption, people are desiring for the quick, easy, and sophisticated methods of preparation, which in turn affects the health of the individual, like consumption of adulterated food, using of toxic cookware coated with chemicals, making of unhealthy preparations in the food. So, and also other unhealthy practices like usage of processed foods, ill-timed meals, that is changing the food timing, eating in odd timings, overeating and undereating of the food. So we can also include distracted eating, addiction cravings, emotional eating. So all these practices are considered unhealthy, which affect the health of the person. So well, what are these practices leading to? So they result in a cascade of pathophysiology, like we have disturbed digestive functions, like indigestion, flatulence, increase of acid production, improper digestion, nutrition deficiencies, and increase in inflammation, which may end up in irritable or inflammatory bowel syndromes, damage to the gut flora, thereby decreasing the bacteria of the intestine. That might also cause nutritional deficiencies. Fermentation of the undigested food by microbial growth, toxic synthesis, and their accumulation. So all of these would cause the primary cause of disease. So actually, I'm a naturopathy and nutrition student. So we considered primary cause of the disease, which is what happens in every individual who are ending up in the symptoms of a disease. So initially, what happens is accumulation of toxic substances due to the unhealthy practices which were prevalent, that causes lowered vitality, and in turn causes accumulation of abnormal composition of blood and lymph. All these things is a cycle that goes on and on. So when coming to the consequences, we can see in the reduced body functions, people find lethargic, endocrine disorders, and compromised immune systems. Apart from that, you have nutritional deficiencies, secondary infection, acute and chronic ailments. So deposition of these toxic matters into different areas, different tissues of the body, which can cause degeneration, dysfunction, and finally can lead to death. So when we think about the right practices, we need to focus on diet engineering, mindful eating, especially preparation methods, serving techniques, and right choice of food selection. Next, diet engineering. So one thing, we need to focus on balanced diet to meet the body daily needs to prevent the nutrition deficiencies. Then inclusion of seasonal and native foods. Because native foods have their friendly microbes which are specific to that geographical locality, and also wholesome foods to improve the diversity of nutrient availability, to customize diet plans to prevent the deficiency of diseases, and also people can include therapeutic fasting if they are suffering from any kind of inflammation, obesity, and also focusing on mindful eating practices. So this everyone knows what mindful eating is, like listening to your body signals, social eating, sharing food, conscious eating, proper chewing of the food, reducing number of meals to 3 to 4 in a day, cultivating of timely eating, or making of a routine food habits, making it a routine, then avoiding overeating. So coming to the preparation methods, chopping into larger number of pieces, retaining crude fiber, slow cooking of food and on low heat, preserving nutrients and phytochemicals, oxidants, antioxidants. Then also using steaming, baking, solar cooking, shallow fry methods, fermenting of certain foods to increase the bioavailability, because the complex protein structures can be broken down and they can be easily digested and then absorbed into our body. Then usage of and reducing the usage of adulteration and using natural products which are free from adulteration, and serving techniques. So using of natural cookware like earthen cookware, wooden, bamboo cutlery, usage of banana, sal leaves, and other medicinal leaves to serve the food, usage of rocks, sandstone, and soapstone to cook food, glass and ceramic vessels to store food, cast iron and brass to cook the food, storage of water and copper vessels, and also complete avoiding of aluminium, stainless steel, plasticware, usage of Teflon and other chemical coated uh, cookware, avoiding usage of tin and other reactive metals to store food. And the main topic is right choice of food. Like in naturopathy, it is considered food is medicine. So and medicine is food, which is quoted by Hippocrates. So usage of selecting of right choice of combination of food. So these proper combinations help in complementing the process of digestion, absorption, and prevention of anti-nutrients, thereby increasing the availability of the nutrition, helping in the process of digestion. And also replacement of processed foods with millets or natural foods, and natural foods of like alkaline foods. Actually, in naturopathy, it is considered body is the food the current food type which we eat causes acidity in the body. The acidic nature in the body is the cause for almost 80% of the diseases prevailing in this time. So usage of alkaline foods, inculcating these alkaline foods into our diet will reduce these diseases, and one can lead a healthy life. So in our hospital, we have conducted a study of 220 patients in the month of April to August, who have a hospital stay of 20 days. And in that, I've taken 45 obesity, 22 diabetic, and 34 hypertensive. So we have given all these practices, and also we have encouraged them to practice these right practices in their house. So what we have observed in those 20 days of hospital stays, in obesity, we have observed 3 to 10 kgs of body weight reduction. And in the diabetic people, we have observed their medication has reduced from 40 to 18 units. And in the hypertensive patients, we have reduced their medication, and their systolic and diastolic blood pressures have also have come back to normal. So this is my study, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Abhishek, thank you for presenting this. I have a lot of inputs which I need to give over this. First of all, if you see your topic, I couldn't see your major objectives. That what was the objective of this study? Because your topic says effect of practices of, could you go back to your topic, please? Effect of practices of food consumption, right?
Yes. So like
Yeah, effect of practices of food consumption on health and nutrition. So you wanted to see that the way the people do the practices, so how their consumption and then how it is going to affect the health, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So everywhere you were talking, these are right, these are wrong practices. But I wanted to see that who is saying that? Like when we go somewhere and when we deliver a lecture, then it is something different. When we are talking and delivering some kind of a seminar in a symposium or something like that. But when we are presenting in the perspective of the research paper, we just can't say that this is right practice, this is wrong practice. But who is saying this is right and wrong? Was there some study which is conducted which says that that has to be over there? That a study was conducted that if the metal uses this and that, if sitting in front of the TV, we say that people eat more. We have to back up this data with the help of at least 2 to 3 research papers which are saying that. That is what research is all about. Lastly, what you presented before thank you slide, that actually should have been the major content over here. How did you do that study? How from 40 units you came to 18 units? It's something very remarkable.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
yeah.
In naturopathy, we have a lot more treatments, but diet is a major thing. Along with it, we give many
No, I know that, and I congratulate you for that. I'm not saying you have not done, but the way to present so that others can also learn. We wanted to know how from 40 units you came to 18 units. A lot of us are practitioners over here, including me. A lot of us are academicians over here, including me. So, with the help of you, of this study, that this was your methodology, this was your research design, we would have been able to understand, and we would also have been able to do the same, because good practices should be followed by all. Good learnings should be followed by all. So, the last slide, second last perhaps I would say, this should have got a lot of place in your this whole presentation, that how doing these kind of practices, the benefit was there to 3 verticals: obesity, then you said blood pressure, hypertensive I mean to say, and the third was related to the type 2 or type 1. I'm not sure which kind you took, because after some period of time type 2 can also be converted to like a type 1. So this whole information would have been much better, so that you are substantiating your claim that doing this could happen. Anyways, good work, but just hoping to see better maybe next time. So just keep these things in mind, okay? Whenever you are saying anything on the research platform, back it up with some appreciation that this was a study done. That is why I'm saying that. Otherwise, it looks more like a lecture kind of a session or something like that. What you are delivering, do this, do that. Okay? So thank you, and take it in a right perspective. Best wishes to you. Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The next presenter of the day, Dr. Mariam Jamil. Mariam, ma'am.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Is my slide out visible to you, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone who is present in this seminar. Since this is 2023 year, I wanted to give my small contribution regarding promoting and creating awareness in public through this seminar about the importance of millet. So the topic of my presentation is millet, which is multifarious, nutricerial and future food. These are the topic which I am going to present today. Let me give you a brief description about International Year of Millet. After realizing the nutritive value and climatic resilience of the millet production, India took the initiative to revive the practice of its use in the country's food basket once again. India celebrated 2018 as National Year of Millet and wanted to become global hub of millet. Same year, Indian government proposes to celebrate 2023 as the International Year of Millet, and which is approved by a Food and Agricultural Organization. The United Nations of General Assembly at 75th session declared the year 2023 as Year of Millet, International Year of Millet on 5th March 2021. This proposal was supported by 72 countries, and the lead agency of this celebration is FAO. Short history regarding millet production is that cultivation of little millet, which started in 2600 BC, and then cultivation of other millets, which is sorghum, ragi, foxtail, kodo, bajra, started between 2300 BC to 500 BC, and the production and consumption of all millet reported in 1960 in India. Then per capita consumption was reported in 1970. Meanwhile, Green Revolution in 1964, Green Revolution comes, and with the rice and wheat production increment, which declined the focus on the millet in 1964. Then comes INSIMP, that is Initiative Nutritional Security through Intensive Millet Promotion, which helps in decrease of malnutrition, which was the cause of hidden hunger. National Food Security Act covers coarse grain in 2013, officially declared as nutricerial and National Year of Millet in 2018. Then United Nations of General Assembly declared 2023 as International Year of Millet in 2021. In 2022, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority pre-launch event to promote export in 2022. And then now it is 2023, which is celebrated as International Year of Millet. What are millet, which is also named as Shri Anna by very much PM sir. Millets are group of various coarse grain. One of the earliest cereals which we have all seen that it started cultivating in 2600 BC. It made one of this earliest cereal that need lesser extent of water, cost and fertility of land to thrive, and it provides abundant of carbohydrate, dietary fibers, protein, vitamin A, B, C, especially vitamin B, especially niacin, and calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, iron, and antioxidants. They are superfood for everyone and grow abundantly while being environmentally resilient. There are two types of millet depending on the production, which is major millet and minor millet. In major millet, it includes sorghum, which is known as jawar, pearl millet, bajra, finger millet, ragi, and marwa. Minor millets are little millet, that is kutki, fox millet, kangni, proso, chenna or barri, barnyard millet, jhangora, kodo, which is kodra. And these are the pictures of these millets to differentiate between them. This is the basic diagram to recognize each millet. Now we come to see the overall benefits of the millet. First of all, let's discuss the health benefits, which includes it has low glycemic index, which helps in the management of diabetes mellitus and celiac diseases, acts as prebiotic, which improves GIT and prevents from its cancer. Gluten, it is gluten-free, which helps to reduce weight, good for gluten intolerance people, rich in minerals and vitamins and antioxidants, which helps in reduce malnutrition, inflammation, improve immunity, rich source of magnesium and niacin, which helps in heart health, rich source of calcium and iron, which helps in anemia and osteoporosis. It also detoxify the body. After health benefits, let's talk about the farmer benefits. What benefits should the farmers get from it? It is short duration crop, which that it takes half time than wheat, lower water requirement, 70% less water requirement than rice, efficient use of resources, need minimal inputs and maintenance, and can adapt to adverse climate changes. And it also reduces soil degradation. Then planet benefits. It produces bioethanol. It can be used as bioethanol created with the sorghum and pearl millet that could bring down the carbon emission by about half than others. Releases oxygen while absorbing maximum carbon dioxide from the air. It also uses minimal or no use of chemical fertilizers, which these all provide good benefit to the planets. Overall, these studies suggest that integrated millet-based items into the diet has the potential to support in control of metabolic diseases, but crucial to consume in moderation. It is crucial to consume in moderation, which we will be discussing later. There are 6 main reasons for why the millet should be present in the market. First of all, millets are there when others are not. It shows that it can survive in harsh and adverse climatic conditions, and offer solution to food scarcity. Second, millet can contribute to a healthy diet. It provides antioxidants, minerals, proteins. Each variety of millets offer a different amount of fibers, which helps in regulating bowel function, blood sugar, lipids, iron supplements. It also is gluten-free and low glycemic, therefore, which we have discussed earlier. Millets are climate resilient, which shows that it is resistant to drought and tolerant to crop diseases and pests. Therefore, survive in adverse climate. Can promote land covers, can provide land covers in arid areas, reduce soil degradation, and support biodiversity. Millets offer promising livelihood opportunities for small-scale farmers. By encouraging consumption and production can be helpful for farmers, that it can because it is very cheap to grow and it also requires minimal efforts. Millets trade can improve the diversity of global food system. Currently, less than 3% of global grain trade, it can be valuable alternative to typically trade grains. These added grains can improve the resilience of the global trade market, other reliance on other grains. Millet can be used in many other innovative ways, like it can be used as therapeutics and pharmaceuticals, and it also can be used as supplementations.
Dr. Mariam, could you please conclude now?
Okay, these are the nutritive value of the different type of millets. We can see in all aspects and every nutrition, millets are better than rice and wheat. Now, moving to the cultivation, that largest producer, India is the largest producer in the world, and it was second largest exporter in the world. Produced almost 17.60 million metric ton in 2022. These are some initiatives by Government of India to promote International Year of Millet. Communities formed by FAO, many communities, many chef challenges, many slogan challenges have been done. Schemes like National Millet Mission, Rain-Fed Area Development Programs, and production-linked incentive schemes for food processing industry for millet-based products, and many more. And there are many international initiatives and for research and awareness programs have been started by Indian government, providing the seed money for the research, which is known as MIRA. And it also contributes to 2030 agenda for sustainable development goal. What $64 million millet were exported in 2021, and more than 500 startups were supported by the government to promote the production and export of millet. These are some promotional videos and which is informative and for common people, which is present on YouTube and other platforms. Millets in Unani, these are the three millets which are discussed in Unani books. These are the temperament of these cold and dry. That jawar is cold and dry, bajra cold and dry, and ragi is hot and dry. According to this treatment, it is used in the treatment in Unani system of medicine. Jawar, which is a good source of calcium, nitrogen, oily substance, and water, useful in dryness of the body, and it also in books, in Unani books, it also mentioned that over intake of this may cause indigestion, flatulence, dryness in body, and phlegm in women. Bajra, which is an autumn crop, it is also useful in many ways, like in cold, sore throat, pain in anal region, or in local pain. Also, it is used as takmeed, which is hot fermentation by it, and it is also used in form of diet, that is harira and sattu, which is useful
Sorry,
in Punjabi and
please
Saudi
try to
population.
conclude first,
And
ma'am.
bread of bajra can also be useful. And now come to bagi, which is ragi,
Mariam,
which
you
is
need to conclude now, please, because you are really running short of time. Your time is already up. You can conclude it in the 2 to 3 words. No need to tell everything word by word. You can conclude it in your own wordings, please.
now my conclusion is that millet as a nutritious replacement. It also can be used as diet in consumption, in human consumption. It is also used as malt, as animal and bird feed. It can also be used in export, and millet-based Unani diets in government schemes will help in crusade against malnutrition, reduce metabolic disorders, and it also can be used in midday meal, can be added in midday meal, and worthy for farmers and villagers. Thank you so much. These are my references. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mariam, could you please switch on your camera? Miss Mariam, are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. So I was like, could you please switch on your camera?
Ma'am, my laptop is slightly broke today.
All right.
I
So
am
thank you
visible
so
from
much.
my
No
other
problem.
device.
No problem. So thank you so much for Dr. Mariam for this all kind of information on the millets. I just wish to ask you, how many research papers did you study
Ma'am,
which
these
spoke
are the
about that?
references.
Sorry?
Ma'am, these are the references which I have been.
Yeah, yeah, but these are the references which are related to most of it. I can see the links where
Yes, ma'am.
information about the millets and everything is given, right? So
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
down, I can see 5, 6 research papers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I was like, in these research papers, apart from the kind of, the millets, I would like to say information about it. Like, did you find anything which is related to that when millets were given to these kind of patients, since they have low glycemic index, how the effect was there?
Ma'am, I have seen the paper which shows that mostly these all researches have been done on animal origin, animal model. It lacks human researches, but it shows that it is very good it is very good for diabetes
But
mellitus.
regarding millets, there is no requirement of doing it preclinical because millets are food. They are not some drug.
Yes, ma'am, but
So very
I
easily
didn't.
clinical can happen with the help of a organization ethic committee clearance. There is no
Yes, ma'am,
need even to go till
we are
that
trying
level of
to.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We are trying to do clinical in our level at PG level. We are trying to give this data and this topic to other PG scholars to do clinical trials on it based on
No,
these
no, my
information.
point was different. I was just meaning to say that millets are food.
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't need a permission from anybody to actually eat jowar or maybe bajra or ragi. It is only going to need some ethics clearance when you are making some new formulation out of millets. which has never been tried before. So as such, we just need a ethics clearance, which could be at the part of the organization level, your college level. But if it is like you want to see the effect of jowar or something, this is not something, because it is a food. We all are consuming it already in our day-to-day life. Like whether I'm a diabetic or I'm a non-diabetic, I do not need anybody's permission to eat jowar or ragi or sorghum or buckwheat or so on. Anyways, this topic has got a lot of potential. So hopefully, the effect would be seen, because definitely this year has been declared as a year of millets. So we all are pushing the millets. So thank you for giving that information. But I hope research would be done on this now, as per in the right perspective, that what is the effect of it, as you said, on diabetic patient, on hypertensive. So let us see the effect, at least from your side, in one of the disease. So my best wishes to you and your department as well. Thank you. Next candidate, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Zabira Mohad Noor.
Hello, good evening. Can you listen to me? Hello.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
we can hear you. Maria, ma'am,
I'm
can you please?
okay. I'm sorry because I cannot switch on my camera because it's broke down.
Okay.
Okay. So let me share my slide. All right. Okay. Can you see the slide? Can?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. My name is Dr. Zafira Muhammad. So my study will be on assessing food safety and hygiene knowledge, attitude, and practices among the food handlers at the food factories during the COVID-19. Okay. So this is the content of my presentation. It will include introductions, problem statement, the objective of the study, methodology, results and discussion, and lastly, the conclusion. Okay, for the introductions, we know that COVID-19 has been affected about 7 million people around the globe. Although the virus is not a foodborne disease, but there is no evidence that food poses a risk to the respiratory illness by transmitting the virus to food or food packaging. So it can be seen as a causing food insecurity, causing significant losses of life and health, as well as the disruptions in the productions, trading, and also distribution of the food to the extent that food security in many regions impair, especially for those in the low and middle income nations are having these most difficult situations. The current good manufacturing practices and hygiene regulations already regulate the productions of the foodstuffs, and also regulatory restrictions are subject to their implementations. So it has been indicated by the author of study indicated that they must have the essential precautions and needed at each point of the farm to fork food supply chains. More people and subsequently more potential sources of infections need to be involved. So when during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, the food safety and hygiene measures are more focused on the food handlers' hygienes, the personal health, proper food handling with social distancing, and also the regular sanitations of the work areas, as stated from the several food safety guidelines and precautionary measures during the COVID-19, has been stated from several studies and also by the WHO. So besides, the CGMP also must be implemented for all the food handlers. All right, so what actually the rationales for doing this study? Because we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic is very crucial to ensure the safety of the food supply. So however, the food industry worker risk getting sick due to issues like close contact, poor hygiene, and also crowded living conditions. In order to address these challenges, so the food business owners should follow local and global safety guidelines in order to educate their workers about the COVID-19 safety measures. So additionally, it is essential to maintain the high food safety standards even though there is no strong evidence that COVID-19 spreads throughout foods. The virus mainly spreads from person to person. So the workers should practice a very good personal hygiene and sanitation in order to prevent the contaminations. As recommended by the WHO, proper cleaning, educating food workers about the hygiene to keep the food industry safe during this pandemic. So evaluating the knowledge and practices of the food worker is very essential in order to ensure the safety while they are producing the foods. So in Malaysia specifically, there has been research done among the food handlers in various settings. For example, we are doing in restaurants, university dinings, but there's very limited study doing on specifically in the food factories during the COVID-19. So this gap in research should be addressed, because we know that during the pandemic also, the food supply chains need to be operated. So it's very crucial. We want to see how actually, the KAP among the food workers where they are handling the foods during this pandemic crisis. So the objective of this study, we are going to look at, we want to measure the knowledge, attitudes, and practice of the food safety among the food handlers. Then we want to see any association between the characteristics regarding their KAPs. And we're going to see a relationship between the food safety and the attitudes, and as well as the practice of the food handlers. Okay, this is basically the methodology for this study. We are doing the cross-sectional study by using the adapted questionnaire survey that has been validated. Study area, we are focusing in Pontian district, which is a capital district in the southwest Malaysia. They are still in Johor, so we are appointed one district there. Why? Because this district has been promoted as the upcoming sectors in the food and agro processing. And the sampling method has been calculated by using software or soft sample size. We are going to determine 200 food handlers. We are using convenience sampling. And before we are handling the adapted questionnaire, we do some of the pilot tester of the questionnaire, because we try to translate the validated questionnaire into our own language, because normally the food factory workers are among our local people, so it was easier to reach them by using the local language. And when doing the data collections, firstly, we are getting permissions from the authorities to enter the premises. We get the sampling frame from the list of the factories in Malaysia that has been authorized by the specific organization bodies. And once we got the permission to enter the premise, so we will distribute the questionnaire using both versions, hard copy and online. And data analysis, we're going descriptive analysis, categorical, and simpler linear regressions. Okay, so the result for the, we can get it, most of the food factory workers are among the females. It has been adult, which is above 21 years old. Most of them from is race in Malay, is a Malay. Okay, we have 3 main nations in Malaysia: Malay, Chinese, Indian, but most of them are Malays. And most of them are also the local people, Malaysians. And the educational level, majority is they are having the lower educational level, but they have experience, more experience as a food service workers. And majority of them also having the food safety training, and they have the typhoid vaccinations. Okay. So basically, when we have the doing the descriptive analysis, we can see that majority of them answer incorrect regarding the hand washing procedures. More or less, 74 around 70% stating that wearing this disposable glove lead to contamination. You need to hand washing before using glove is unnecessary. Okay, this is the main impact of the result that we can see, that almost 68% say healthy people can cause illness, and most of them, majority 100% say that food handler with common symptom must be excluded from working. So for as an attitude level, we can see positive attitude stating that 69% of them do not to wash hands before wearing glove, and 39%, which is very little, wear glove rather than washing hands in order to reduce contaminations. As a practices, we can see that around 50 to 60% will not wash my hands before wearing gloves. I did not rub my hands on my face. I did not shake hands when handling foods. And almost like 70% say I did work with limited staff and I will take leave at home. So we can see that 30% still are not taking leave when they are having symptoms of the COVID. Okay, so regarding the associations between knowledge and demography, there is no statistical significance, as well as the attitudes and also the practice. Then when we're going to run for the simple regression analysis, we can see there is a statistical significant result regarding knowledge to attitude, knowledge to practice, and the attitude to practice. As a discussion, we can see that while most food handlers had adequate knowledge of food safety, a significant number, a lack of understanding of proper hand washing, and also the potential for healthy individual to transmit virus. Secondly, most respondents were positive toward food safety and hygiene, but yet still many have misconception regarding using glove versus hand washing, emphasizing the importance of promoting proper hand washing practices in food handling. The third one, most respondents had satisfactory practice, but there were issues with food handlers not consistently taking leave when experiencing COVID-19, engaging in poor hand hygiene practices and shaking hands while handling foods, highlighting the importance of addressing this area to improve the safety. And number 4, there were no significant link between the food handler knowledge level and their demographic characteristic, which align with findings from past study, but it also have contradict research done from Dora Liana, which show that variations in knowledge based on gender and training, and also other study indicated a connection between knowledge and working experience or educations.
Sorry for the interruption. Your time is extended. Please try to continue first.
All right, so we can see that there's no significance between the attitude also, but which also contrasts findings from the previous one, but it's aligned, and a study in Brazil, they indicated association between attitude and the factor of demographics. So while the present study did not find a significant association, it was noting that prior research such as done by Doya or Edmasu highlighted the importance of factors like training, education, and regular supervision in infant food safety. So statistically significant relationship was found between food handler knowledge, attitude, and practice, with good knowledge positively influence attitude and attitude influence the practices. So this finding consistent with also the previous studies has been done before. Okay, this is our limitations. And as a conclusions, we can say that the study found in the food handlers have high knowledge level, but they needed to interventions to improve their attitude and practices regarding their food safety. And the study also assessed the food handling knowledge related to safety during the COVID, helping those food industry manager and authority to develop effective strategies, determine the effective factor, and also emphasize the importance of guideline and training in the nation context. Okay, this is my references. Thank you very much.
So, Zafira, did I say your name correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So I would like to say, I would like to congratulate you actually. The way you
thank
have
you.
presented your study, and the study outcome has also come good. Although I can see in the, the R value somewhere was not that significant, but somewhere the significance level was also very high. So very well articulated study, everything in place. This is the way to actually do the research and to present, where our objectives are clear, where why we are doing this study, the significance is clear, limitations, what were they, and then how to present your objectives one by one. So very good, congratulations. So just if you can tell me, if you could just tell me in 1 or maybe 2 lines, what were the limitations you actually come across? Because you just flipped that slide quickly because of lack of time. So you can just tell it in just 1 or 2 lines. That's it. The major one.
The major one actually, because it's very hard to get to get the sample size to achieve the almost like we achieved almost like 50% response rate. Because of at that particular time we are collecting the data during the Ramadan. So maybe, and at the same time also because of the pandemic situations, it have like major lockdown, and also some of the workers also sometimes they are not coming to the food factory. So that's why when they have the in the setting, we can contribute and encourage them answering the survey from the hard copy. But it's very difficult to achieve when we are go to the alternative for having the online version, because this is the way that we want to increase the response rate. So these are the things that are limitations, and also some of the rescheduled data of collections because they are busy, because this is Ramadan, they are going ahead for the Eid al-Fitr, the Muslim celebrations. So maybe it will causing the delays because of this kind of rescheduling of the schedule productions and things like that. So this is our limitations. So but we propose also maybe future research. Maybe we can see like various regions in order to generalize the data, because now we are just focusing on the southwest of Malaysia. Maybe we are aiming for more larger sample size, and we want to consider exploring alternative method, maybe more observational study or doing a qualitative study instead of one cross-sectional survey. This is all right.
All right. So thank you very much, and congratulations to you and your
Thank you
guests.
so much.
You.
I'm happy to join this conference. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye. Next
Bye-bye.
participant, please. Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Soumya Sonam Sinha.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Are my slides visible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can start, Soumya. It is very much visible. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soumya Sonam Sinha, and I'm a research scholar at National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. Today, I will be presenting on my research topic, that is on development of oleogel as saturated fat substitute, utilizing a novel combination of soy protein isolate, xanthan gum, and soy lecithin. So starting with the introduction of my topic, as we all know that oils and fats are an integral part of our diet, and fats that are solid at room temperature are mainly composed of saturated fat. Many studies have stated that high consumption of high amount of saturated fat are linked with various health concerns like obesity, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. On the other hand, vegetable oils are composed of healthy unsaturated fatty acids like omega-9 and omega-6, which has been proven to improve health by improving blood lipid profiles. So, however, solid fats, when added into food products, they contribute to a certain functional.
Soumya, I'm very sorry, but your slides are not changing. Could you please put it on the slide mode, and
Yes,
I'm only
ma'am.
able to see the first slide.
Okay, it is on slide mode.
Yeah, please do that. Yes, it is changing now.
Okay. Okay, so okay, now is it visible?
Yeah, visibility was already there. It's just that they were not changing. Now I guess they are changing. Please continue.
Maybe the network problem is here. Okay, so solid fats, when added to the diet, they contribute to certain functional and textural attributes. And when liquids oils are added in the place of solid fats, they could lead into oil and textural loss in the food product, and also they reduce shelf life of that product. So there is a new technique has been developed that is called oleogelation, in which liquid oils are gelled by using some gelling agents known as oleogelators. Okay. So we can say that oleogel system is composed of two components. One is the liquid oil, which is to be immobilized, and the other is oleogelators, which immobilizes that oil. So this oleogels display solid-like behavior, solid-like properties, and hence this can be used as a solid fat replacer in our diet. So the objective of my studies were to develop a oleogel utilizing the combination of proteins and polysaccharides. And the second objective was to formulate a food product utilizing oleogel as saturated fat replacer. So this is this schematic representation of the methodology that I followed, in which first I made a soy protein isolate solution of 2%, and then I have added it into the oil, and then after homogenizing it, xanthan gum and lecithin were added into that solution, and then it was again homogenized at 13,000 RPM for 5 minutes, and then the emulsion, the water of the emulsion was dried using the hot air oven. Okay. Using the hot air oven drying, then the dried emulsion was taken out from the oven and it was sheared with the help of glass rod to obtain the oleogen. Are my slides visible, ma'am? Okay, so for my first objective, I have formulated 5 samples in which I have varied the ratio of protein and gum, and soy lecithin was used at the constant concentration of 5%. And as we can see from the and as we can see that from the inversion tube theory, that all the 5 formulations were able to make the gel. Then we did the oil binding capacity of all the 5 formulations, all the 5 gels by the centrifugation method, and it was found that the formulation containing 1 part of soy protein and 3 parts of xanthan gum was able to hold the highest concentration of oil, that is 92% of the oil. And from the firmness graph, we can see that as we are increasing the xanthan gum concentration, the firmness values are also increasing. Hence, we can conclude that xanthan gum is contributing into the firmness of the oleogels. Then we did the rheological analysis of the gels, all the 5 gels, and we found that all the and we found that all the gels had the high storage modulus, which indicates that all the formulations had the gel-like properties, and they had a stronger gel, and they can sustain the strain up to 10%. So for my second objective.
Next second. You please continue.
Okay, ma'am. So for my second objective, that was the product formulation. I chose the oleogel formulation that contains the 1 part of soy protein and 3 parts of xanthan gum, because it has the highest oil binding capacity and the highest gel strength. So the product we made was cookies, and for the control cookies, we made cookies with 100% of the butter, and other 2 formulation in which we replaced the butter by 50 and with 50 and 100%. So then we did the texture analysis of these cookies, and it was found that the cookies containing 50% of the butter and 50% of the oleo gels has the textural properties comparable to the control cookies that were made with the butter only, and hence it can be concluded that oleo gels are not causing any textural loss. So the conclusion of my study is that it is possible to develop oleogels by using the combination of soy protein, xanthan gum, and soy lecithin, and also these oleogels can be used as a fat replacer in our diet. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so Soumya, congratulations to you for your new invention. And you have done quite a good work, and also congratulations to your guide as well. I guess you wrote the name as chairperson, but you meant to say guide, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, that is okay. Could you please show me your last slide where some finished product I can see? Because I didn't stop you in between, but unfortunately your slides were not moving.
Okay, ma'am.
But it's okay, don't panic. I heard everything and your research is very good. Just show me at least
Actually,
the
it is not moving.
slide where you have shown the product, how it looks.
Actually, my screen is freezed. I am also not able to move
No problem,
my
it
slide.
happens. You don't need to panic for that. Could you please just show? That's it.
Is it now visible, ma'am?
No, it's not visible.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, nice. Good. All right. Thank you so much, Soumya.
Thank you,
Good.
ma'am.
So, best wishes to you, and hopefully, we will see it very soon in the market. Just look after your IPR, okay? Get it, patented or something like that with your guide. And also, I guess, rights to your organization that you can always check on the policy and launch it, okay? And work on the packaging. All right. Thank you. Next presenter, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, P. Krishna Prasanna.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Is it screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, I guess it is going to be. You please start, Krishna.
Ma'am, is it? Yeah, thank you so much. Respected participants, distinguished delegates, esteemed dignitaries, and honored guests, food service management and dietetics under the guidance of Dr. S. Tilakmani at Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India. Today, I'm going to present on the topic Nutrigenomics in Breast Cancer, Exploring the Impact of Specific Foods, a research review. These are the table of contents which I'm going to speak in my slides. Here, coming to the introduction, breast cancer is a prevalent and life-altering disease that affects millions of women worldwide. In years, the field of nutrigenomics has gained momentum, shedding light on the connection between our diet and our genes. Nutrigenomics is the study of how the food we eat interact with our genes. It explores how specific nutrients can affect the expression on functions of our genes. This research review paper aimed to review existing studies on the role of specific foods in breast cancer from a nutrigenomic perspective, focusing on two main aspects. One is to explore the interplay between nutrigenomics and breast cancer. Two, to focus on the influence of specific foods on prevention and disease development. Coming to the analysis, this research review employed a systematic review approach to gather relevant studies from reputable scientific databases, from various peer-reviewed journals, articles, cited web sources, both from clinical studies and in vitro and in vivo studies. All these are being synthesized. The findings are synthesized from various sources to draw meaningful conclusions. Presenting the key findings of my study with the supporting evidences and references in various aspects like under genomics, personalized dietary recommendations. It allows for tailored dietary strategies that can potentially aid in prevention, treatment, and improving the outcomes of reducing the risk of breast cancer. GWAS, gene expression profiling, epigenomic analysis. These techniques help in identifying genetic variations and understanding gene-diet interactions. Under genetics, BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutations. These mutations are harmful in developing the risk of breast cancer. So understanding these mutations are critical for personalized risk assessment and preventive measures. TP5 and other genetic variations. Analyzing these genetic variations, factors, and conjugation with diet patterns helps in understanding breast cancer susceptibility. Dietary patterns in breast cancer. Study shows Mediterranean diet have been associated with reduced risk of breast cancer. Macro and micronutrients. Understanding the impact of these nutrients on gene expression is vital for the personalized dietary interventions. Gene-diet interactions, gene expression modulation. Dietary compounds can mediate gene expression through various mechanisms, including epigenomic modifications and signaling pathways. Coming to the hormonal pathways, how
Krishna.
can modulate
Krishna, hello.
reduction
Krishna,
of
I'm so sorry. I'm not able to, I'm only able to see the first slide. I can't see the change in the slide if there was any. Nivita, it's just I'm facing this, or is it like that?
Ma'am, are you able to see now?
I guess it would come. It is showing that you have started sharing screen, but I guess it would come. Don't panic, relax. You are doing good. Just don't panic. Maybe sometimes there is a technical glitch. It
Okay,
takes a
thank
little
you.
bit of time. We can't help it.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Now I'm. Is it able to? Are you able to see my slides?
No, I can't see anything.
One
Nivita,
second. I'll
could you please confirm whether
stop
this
the
is a
sharing and
problem
I'll
from
share
my
it again.
side or
Ma'am?
yeah?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nivita, now.
No, ma'am. The problem is not
Ma'am, are
ours.
you able to see my slides now?
Yeah, now I can see the presentation. Could you go to the slide where you were talking? Yeah, okay. We were not able to see any of this. But it's okay. Now you go to the slide where you were actually talking. I heard everything, so don't panic. Please go to the slide where you
Okay.
were
Are you
talking.
able to see my slide now, ma'am?
First, I'm able to see. Flip more, please.
Are you able to see my slide, ma'am, now?
Yes, ma'am. We can see.
We can see Krishna. Please relax. Don't panic, please. It's the first slide we are
Okay.
able to see. Go to the slide which you were presenting. Just that's it.
Yes, I'm on the slide which I'm presenting now. So are you able to see the
It's
slide
okay.
now?
Maybe it would come. Maybe it would come. It's not coming as of now. It would come.
Okay, ma'am. Just can you give me a moment? Just I'll try once again. If not, I'll just continue with my presentation.
Okay.
The screen visible now.
Ma'am,
Yes,
are you able
Krishna,
to
we
see
can
the,
see. Yes, we can see. Please continue.
are you able to see the slides moving, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, we can
Yes,
see.
dear.
The slides
Yes,
are changing.
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Uh, so sorry for the interruption. So these are the summarizing my paper. These are the specific food components which are present in specific foods, which shows gene and diet interactions in the reduction of breast cancer. Coming to the first one, phytochemicals, where many studies have suggested the consumption of phytochemical-rich foods may help in reduce the risk of breast cancer by interfering with specific pathways involved in cancer growth. Fatty acids, intake of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids helps in reduction of breast cancer development. And coming to the antioxidants, including vitamin C, E, selenium, and beta carotene, these has the ability to neutralize harmful free radicals and reduce the oxidative stress, which helps in reduction of breast cancer. So here are the supporting specific foods which helps in reduction of breast cancer with the relation of nutrients. The cruciferous vegetables, broccoli and kale, which has an anti-inflammatory and beans, which reducing the oxidative stress, which helps in preventing breast cancer. Fatty fishes, which are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, have been shown to reduce the inflammation and to show the hormonal pathways, effect on the hormonal pathways. And green tea polyphenols and compounds which are present in green tea, the catechins, helps in reducing the breast cancer cell growth and invasion. Concluding my topic, nutrigenomics has shed light on the role of specific foods in breast cancer risk and progression. Phytochemicals can target the breast cancer pathways for therapy. The Mediterranean diet, which is characterized by the high intake of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and olive oil, has consistently shown to reduce the effect of breast cancer. And dietary patterns play a crucial role in breast cancer prevention due to the synergistic interactions among the components. Coming to the challenges of the study, uh, nutrigenomics operates an intersection of the genetics, nutrition, and medicine, collaborating and effective communication between experts in these diverse fields. Limitations of the study would be the size, diversity, short-term focusing difficulties. Implications of the study, this can be integrated into public health policies and educating the public health and decreasing the breast cancer rates. Here are the supporting references of my study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
So, Krishna, that was a good presentation and very upcoming kind of a topic. And I felt good that you have actually clubbed up 2, 3 points in it, like, the genes and then diet and everything, right? So this was good. Just may I ask you, how many research papers did you study? And what was your inclusion and exclusion? Krishna, can you hear me? I guess.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, between
Hello.
like RW.
Krishna, could you
Hello,
hear
ma'am.
me? Because I can't. Yeah, I was like,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
did you hear what I
Uh-huh.
say? Did you hear what I say?
No, ma'am. No. No. No.
Okay, I just said that it was quite a good study where you have actually, uh, collaborated 2, 3 topics. One was, the genes, and then the other perspective was related to the diet. So it is a good study, but just I wish to understand that how many research papers in total did you actually refer to for this review? And the another is, what was your particular inclusion and exclusion criteria?
Okay, ma'am. So about 15 to 20 papers I referred the research papers, and the inclusion criteria is about the specific foods, ma'am, like the specific foods and the compounds which are present in specific foods, are how they are affecting on the nutrigenomics actually.
Okay, so your inclusion was not the gene keywords because you have collaborated
Yes.
gene itself too, right?
Yes, specific foods in relation with the genes. So how the genetics, how these specific components are actually affecting on the genes. So
All
that
right,
is
no
on the main
worries.
focus of my study.
All right, no worries. Okay, so thank you so much. So best wishes to you. The next presenter, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day are Durga Priyadarshini.
I'm here, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I'm sharing my screen now, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Durga Priyadarshini, PhD scholar, working under the guidance of Dr. D. Annette Beatrice, Associate Professor from the Department of Home Science, Women's Christian College, Chennai. The topic of my research is effect of black turtle bean supplementation on the glycemic parameters in obese male industrial workers. As we all know, obesity is characterized by an excessive accumulation of body fat due to environmental and genetic factors, and this has become a global epidemic that poses significant health risks. Globally, there are about 40% of adults with obesity, and in India, there are about 57.7% adults with obesity. With respect to industrial workers, the prevalence varies between 22.8% to 81.3%. So when body fat is excess, particularly in the abdominal area, it can disrupt insulin function because it accelerates the speed of beta cell loss and dampens insulin sensitivity, along with inflammation and release of certain hormones. This further exacerbates that, the risk leading to insulin resistance and hypoglycemia. Hence, it is very vital to understand obesity and to curb it because it also helps to mitigate the risk of NCDs like diabetes, CVD, and it promotes better metabolic health. So when it comes to therapeutic management, it's very crucial in order to mitigate obesity's adverse effects. And with respect to therapeutic management, alteration of diet is the cornerstone. So incorporating legumes, particularly into the diet, is considered a valuable strategic therapeutic strategy because it can reduce fasting blood glucose to our postprandial glucose and HbA1c levels. So with respect to legumes, black turtle bean is a type of common bean which is low in energy, carbohydrate, and fat. It's rich in protein, fiber, micronutrients, and phytochemicals, which holds as a prospective nutritional strategy for glycemic control. The need for the study. So with this increasing prevalence of obesity, it's very important to conduct the study. Secondly, people spend 1/3 of their day at workplace, so it tends to have a collective effect on their health. And further studies on this population group is scarce, the industrial workers. Secondly, legumes are a rich source of plant-based protein, which promotes good health and well-being. And their nitrogen-fixing ability enhances soil health and reduces the need for synthetic fertilizers, thus mitigating climate change. So when you consume more of legumes, it actually aligns with the SDG goals. There are 3 goals. Number 1 is SDG 3, good health and well-being, and SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG 13, climate action. Hence, the study aimed to assess the effect of black turtle beans on the glycemic parameters of obese male industrial workers. Methodology, a randomized control trial was followed and subpurpose sampling technique was used where 24 people were recruited and they were randomized into the test group and control group in equal numbers, 12 and 12. Male industrial workers in the age group of 25 to 50 years with obesity, as per WHO cutoff, Asian cutoff, BMI of more than 25 kg per meter square, and willingness of the participant to enroll in the study were considered as inclusion criteria. And participants with history of medical complications and participants on any nutrient or herbal supplements were excluded. This study protocol was approved by the Independent Institutional Ethics Committee of Women's Christian College, Chennai. The study was registered in the Clinical Trials Registry of India. Written informed consent was obtained, and the supplement used for the study is black turtle bean. And this was purchased from local agriculture vendor directly from Salem district, Tamil Nadu, India. So 50 grams of raw beans equivalent to 100 grams of cooked beans was given per person in the test group. And this was based on the globally recommended serving size of pulses for adults. And these beans were soaked overnight and it was pressure cooked with the soaked water and served in the sundal form with minor seasoning as mid-morning snack. And this is the nutritive value of the cooked beans per 100 grams. The study duration was 60 days. So the control group had 60 consecutive days, but the test group had supplementation for 6 consecutive days a week for 60 days, which is like Monday to Saturday, the working days of the industrial workers. The place of study was manufacturing industries in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And at day 1 and day 61, the following parameters were assessed. The anthropometric measurements, namely height, body weight, BMI, waist circumference, hip circumference, WHR, and the biochemical parameters, namely fasting blood glucose, HbA1c, fasting serum insulin, and HOMA-IR was assessed. The values were presented as mean and standard deviation. Paired t-test was used to compare the differences within groups, and an independent t-test was used to compare the differences between groups. The results were considered significant with p-value of less than 0.05. SPSS software was used for the statistical analysis. With respect to results, we could see here is that the comparison of mean anthropometric measurements within groups. So in the test group, there was a significant reduction in all the anthropometric parameters, namely body weight, body mass index, waist circumference, hip circumference, and waist to ratio. Significant difference was there. And in the control group, there was a non-significant increase in all of these anthropometric measurements. When compared between groups, there was a significant difference between the control and the test group in the mean difference of the anthropometric measurements, where the control test group had a reduction of 1.16 kg body weight, 0.4 reduction in BMI, 2.83 centimeters in waist circumference, 1.82 centimeters of hip circumference, and 0.01 reduction in WHR, where the test group had, where the control group had an increase. With respect to the mean glycemic parameters within groups, we can see that there was a significant reduction in the test group for fasting blood glucose levels and HbA1c levels at the end of the supplementation period, whereas in the control group, there was a significant increase in these two parameters. With respect to fasting serum insulin and HOMA-IR, there was a non-significant reduction in the test group and a non-significant increase in the control group. When compared between groups, we could see here that statistical significance for fasting blood glucose and HbA1c levels between the test and control, where there was a reduction of 11.08 mg per dl of fasting glucose in the test group and 0.33% reduction in the HbA1c in the test group, whereas there was an increase in the control group. With respect to the fasting serum insulin and HOMA-IR, there was a reduction in the test group, but it was not statistically significant, whereas there was an increase in the control group. So these beneficial effects of black turtle beans could be attributed to its rich nutrient profile, because black turtle beans are low in GI with a GI value of 20, which leads to reduced insulin resistance, reduction in beta cell dysfunction, and hyperlipidemia. With respect to its protein, the legume peptides and proteins improve the insulin signaling and expression of key insulin regulating genes. With respect to its fiber profile, it's rich in fiber, and they contain more of insoluble dietary fiber, which delays gastric emptying time and increases the short-chain fatty acids production, which leads to improvement in insulin secretion and HbA1c levels. These black turtle beans are also rich in bioactive compounds, namely phenols, flavonoids, anthocyanins, saponins, and phytic acids, which inhibits digestive enzymes such as alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase, protects pancreatic islets beta cell, and improves insulin signaling. It also exerts antioxidant effects and lowers inflammation. As such, till date, there are no long-term studies on black turtle beans, but there are short-term glycemic response studies, of which Thompson et al. And Winham et al. Reported that consumption of black beans with rice meal exerted favorable glycemic response, where it significantly lowered postprandial glucose and it also lowered incremental area under the curve. So the key findings of the study is that there was a significant reduction in the anthropometric measurements and in the fasting blood glucose levels and HbA1c levels. but there was a non-significant reduction in the fasting insulin level and HUMA-IR level of the test group participants. The limitations of the study is that the sample size is very less because of it's a pilot sample, and the recommendations are like the large-scale studies can be conducted. And I'm right now doing my PhD on this topic, and this study can also be conducted across India, across different population groups. Acknowledgements. I'd like to thank the principal of WCC Chennai for the support and encouragement, and I'm grateful to the UGC for the senior research fellowship scheme, and I'm also thankful to the study sites for granting permission and admins the post-pandemic scenario to conduct the study, and also I'm thanking the study participants for their enthusiastic cooperation in the study. Here's a list of references, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Durga Priyadarshini.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This was a very good study, and also congratulate you to file the CTRI licensing, because a lot of people don't know about it. And in nutrition, we are generally, a lot of us are doing CAP or, these kind of studies, or maybe observational, cross-sectional. But whenever it comes to such kind of studies where we are doing the trials, because they involve a lot of money, I'm happy you got the funds and we have supported you. But very good topic. And this is how the way the research has to be, where the ethics approval and then, applying for the licensing and coming out of it. So no questions, just congratulations to you. And hopefully,
thank you,
yeah, just one thing out of curiosity, I would like to ask that again, as I'm asking a lot of candidates, what about your IPR? Have you thought about, or are you in the process of patenting it, or like how?
Yes,
Because if
ma'am.
it is
Part
a
of my
part of
PhD. Yes, ma'am. This thing is a part of a PhD program. I'm developing products for my PhD thesis as well, and I've also developed a product and in the process of patenting that product.
Why I'm asking this, because once you are making your recipe public, then you can't patent it, because then you have made it a total public kind of a document. So kindly take care in this, that if you have intentions, because diets cannot be patented. Nobody can say that this diet I think works, so I want to patent it. It doesn't work like that. But yes, some formulations, if you are doing, they could be, but try to protect your rights before making it as a public document, or presenting it or writing it somewhere. If you have not patented it, then it doesn't make a sense. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next candidate, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day is Srishti. Srishti, ma'am, are you there?
Yes. Can you see my slide?
No, we can't see.
Okay. Now it is visible?
Yeah, now we can see.
Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Srishti, I am a research scholar from Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Banastali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. The topic of my presentation is obesity as a predisposing factor for chronic disease risk in college population, a review. So let's talk about the introduction. In the past few years, there has been observed a marked rise in the prevalence of obesity in college university population globally. And with the increasing prevalence of obesity in youth, it is making them prone for the lifestyle disorders like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and hormonal imbalances, etc. So the decline in the health of youth is a critically challenging situation to individual and a cause of concern for the nation as well. And this is the starting of the conception of this review with the objective to analyze and synthesize published literature in the light of prevalence and linkage of obesity in association with risk of 3 chronic disease, which is selected for the review. These are type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and polycystic ovary syndrome, that is PCOS, among college and university population from all across India. So the review criteria which has been selected for the present review is the studies chosen were the cross-sectional and conducted over the last 10 years. And these are specifically based on diabetes or pre-diabetes, hypertension, and PCOS. And it is conducted in different states of India between the ages of 15 to 30 years. So let's talk about the methodology for the present review. We have screened 112 articles, and 53 articles were excluded after review of the abstract, and again 59 articles were searched for the suitability, and again 38 articles were excluded for not matching the specificity of the review, and finally 21 studies were selected and included based on the specific review criteria. So let's talk about obesity. So technically, obesity is defined as the abnormal accumulation of body fat over the individual's ideal body weight. And for the present review, we have selected the review articles which have marked obesity as standard BMI values adopted from WHO 2004, and abdominal obesity as WHR, which is waist to hip ratio cutoff values from WHO 2008. So now moving on to the linkages between obesity and diabetes. So the risk of diabetes was assessed in our selected papers was through Indian Diabetes Risk Score, that is IDRS, from Mohan et al. 2005. So the different studies shows the mean value of abdominal obesity and body mass index was higher in high-risk diabetes students, which clearly shows a significant correlation between diabetes and obesity. And through different studies, we have found the risk of diabetes in obese students were between 40% to even more than 60%. And there are different studies which I have selected for assessing the prevalence of obesity and diabetes. So talking about the linkage between diabetes and obesity, so it has been seen a strong relationship with pancreatic beta cells dysfunction and insulin resistance. So what is pancreatic beta cell dysfunction? That if the adipose tissue, liver, and muscle damage glucose, muscle demand glucose leads to increased insulin supply by beta cell, and unstable and excessive insulin demand leads to dysfunction and makes the individual prone for developing diabetes. And if we talk about insulin resistance, so the non-esterified fatty acid, that is NEFAs, that are secreted from adipose tissue in obese people may lead to the hypothesis that insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction are most likely linked. So adipose tissue affect metabolism by enhancing the secretion of hormones, glycerol, and other substances like including leptin, cytokines, adiponectins, and pro-inflammatory substances by releasing NEFAs. And shortly after the release, acute increase of NEFAs in blood plasma in humans, insulin resistance starts to develop. And it is associated with body mass index and fat distribution, which is more central in nature, like central obesity. And addition to it, lifestyle variations, which has increased an excessive intake of carbohydrate, decreased physical activity, it is wrongly mentioned in the slide, and associated with insulin sensitivity fluctuations has been associated with the linkages of obesity and diabetes. And I have mentioned some of the researches I have kept as references to mark them as linkage, the linkage between diabetes and obesity. And now if we talk about obesity and hypertension, so hypertension is also associated with increased risk of cardiovascular disease and earlier onset of cardiovascular morbidity. And the hypertension standard for marking the prevalence and risk of hypertension, I have kept National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute 2004 marker. So all the studies shows significant correlation between prevalence of obesity and risk of hypertension. And by different studies, we have observed that it has been 18 to 45% prevalence of hypertension in college students of India, and more than 3 times higher chances of developing hypertension with every 1 kg per meter square rise in BMI. And these are the references I have taken for assessing prevalence. And talking about the linkage between obesity and hypertension, so the two mechanism has been marked for describing the hypothesis, that is sympathetic nervous system overactivation, which include elevations of resting heart rate, cardiac output and renal tubular sodium reabsorption. And with it, sodium retention associated with obesity, obese individual has higher levels of plasma renin activity, angiotensin and angiotensin converting enzyme, and aldosterone compared to lean individual. And the second mechanism which has been marked to describe the predisposing factor is stimulation of renin angiotensin aldosterone system, that is RAS, which includes alteration of adipose derived cytokines such as leptin, insulin resistance, and structural as well as functional renal changes. So what happens? Activation of RAS leads to increased formation of angiotensin 2, which reduces systemic vasoconstriction and stimulate the production of aldosterone from adrenal cortex. Both angiotensin 2 and aldosterone increase renal tubular sodium reabsorption and water retention, resulting in intravascular volume expansion and hypertension. So with it, obviously, excessive consumption of calories, physical inactivity, smoking, stress, and transitional stage of shifting from school to college can lead to can also be an emotional cause for added psychological stress, which leads to hypertension in college population. And these are the references or the studies which I have taken for hypertension, obesity, and obesity linkage. And if we talk about obesity and PCOS, which is polycystic ovary syndrome, which is the most commonly found lifestyle disorder in women of reproductive age, which include metabolic, psychological, and menstrual irregularities. And the criteria I have selected for marking the risk of PCOS in college student is Rotterdam criteria. The prevalence I have noticed from the in the present review is 80 to 32% by different studies conducted in different part of the country. And these are the references I have included in the review for marking the prevalence of PCOS. And if we talk about the linkage of PCOS and obesity, so it is interrelated significantly, and the metabolic effect of insulin resistance, including hyperandrogenemia and reproductive dysfunction effects of hyperinsulinemia, are important mechanism. And possible mediators of these effects include changes in energy expenditure, mental ill health, and physical inactivity. So these are the references or the studies I have included to show and understand the linkage between obesity and PCOS. So if we talk about the significance of the finding, we have concluded in the present review is India is facing an epidemic of obesity in the prime of life of young population. Most of the lifestyle disorders are closely interlinked, with obesity being central to the development. So obesity is not only predisposes to type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and PCOS, but also a host of other comorbidities which increase the risk associated with these diseases. And the present picture of these diseases represents an alarming condition for developing country like India. So now the conclusion recommendations we have illustrated in the present review is the collected information underscores the need for mass awareness and screening programs to detect and address obesity in early stage, and the campaigns at frequent intervals and educational seminars need to be organized for the students to encourage adoption of healthy lifestyle related practices, creating greater awareness toward health since beginning of college time for maintaining health and fitness in later stages of life for the students. And the influence of practicing of healthy lifestyle should be considered as a priority subject when planning preventive health related measures among young population. So thank you all of you for patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, all right. So, again, that was a good presentation. Could you please open your video? I can't see your video, please.
Ma'am, my video is already open.
Okay, 1 minute. Maybe there is a
Ma'am,
glitch from my side.
ma'am, you
Yes, now I
can.
can see.
Yes.
Yes, Rishi. So, congratulations. That was the good way of actually explaining that topic.
Thank you.
And I really liked your explanation. Uh, and you have correlated also a lot of things together and also gave the appreciation to the, the people, those who have shown this kind of a work. This is actually the right way of talking about the reviews and then correlating it. We must give appreciation to the people who have actually done the work. And then at the end of the review, we must be coming with our new findings. Just one thing which I wanted to ask you is the gap identification. Which gaps did you identify over here?
Ma'am, the
At
gap.
least one gap you can tell?
Ma'am, the gap or the limitation I found in each of the paper I have included in my research studies, that all the students which were talking about their symptoms rather uh, related to the identification of diabetes or polycystic ovary syndrome, that is the all the students were talking about their self-reported symptoms. No students was and no study was presented with a doctor certified observation of symptoms. Every student was talking about self-reported symptom like the skipping of periods, oligomenorrhea, or absence of periods, heavy periods, or symptoms related to diabetes.
So that means this is all coming as a assumption then,
Right,
that they are
right, ma'am.
feeling like that. And all right, I think this is the area which you can work upon, that
Definitely, ma'am.
relating it with some hospital. What you
Yes,
are
ma'am.
saying is true, but then to, back up it with the authenticity, it is important that relate yourself with some hospital where such kind of patients or the footfall is good. And then also you don't have to bear the expenditure of the tests, because in that hospital they would always be doing the test, when
Yes,
they
ma'am.
are coming in as in a patient, you don't have to bear the expenditure and you will be able to get the data, and you can also give the appreciation to that hospital and also the PI who would be involved with you in that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Just lot of potential is there in this. You have just done a bit of it. Now try to explore more. Okay.
Most welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, best wishes to you. Next candidate, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Dr. M. Angel. Angel, ma'am, are you there? Okay. Dr. Meera DK.
Hello. Hello, I'm
Is,
here. Can I share my slide now?
is it Meera, ma'am?
Yeah,
Okay, ma'am. Can you present now?
yeah, sure.
Okay. Start.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, Dr. Meera DK, am working as Assistant Professor in Government College for Women under University of Kerala. As you can see on the screen, the title of my study is Impact of Shift Work on Mental Distress and Job Satisfaction Among South Indian Nurses. Going to the introduction. Job-related stress and job dissatisfactions are becoming increasingly large disorder among nurses. Stress and job satisfaction have a cause for both the individual and the organization in terms of absenteeism and turnover, both of which have an impact on the standard of care given to the patient. So this may lead to risk to various chronic health conditions that may affect the quality nursing care. The objectives of my study are to ascertain the effects of shift work on psychological distress and job satisfaction in the nursing staff who works on shift rotation, to find out association between occupational stress and selected shift variables among nurses, to find out the association between job satisfaction and selected shift variables among nurses. This is the methodology of my study. The study was conducted in the Trivandrum district, which is the southern part of Kerala, the extreme southern part of India. So it was a cross-sectional comparative study. Only female nurses were taken for the study of age group between 25 to 45 years, who have a minimum 5 years of experience, and those who are doing shift work from day of joining. Here the purposely sampling technique were adopted here. So total 250 nurses were taken from government and private sector, which comprises total 500 sample size. And the tools and methods include the adopted version of nursing stress scale and job satisfaction scale were used here to assess the mental distress and job satisfaction respectively. The statistical analysis include the Pearson chi-square test and the percentage analysis. So here is the sample design of the study. The total samples were taken from the Trivandrum. So in the case of government hospital, first we approached the district medical officer. After obtaining the permission from there, they gave a list of total government hospitals, and we approached those hospitals who show willingness to participate. So general hospital, taluk hospital, specialty hospital were included in the study. In the case of private hospital, first we drawn out the total private hospitals, and we approached those hospitals with minimum 100 number of beds. After obtaining the permission from the concerned authority, with the help of a ward in charge and a nursing superintendent, we made a list of nurses who met our inclusion criteria. So in case of government hospital, from the total 250 number of nurses, that is 125 each from the rural and urban areas of government hospital were taken. An in-depth study were conducted in the 25 nurses each from the rural and urban government hospital were taken for the study. A same sampling technique was adopted in the private hospital also. Now next is result and discussion. So this is the demographic profile of the subject. So the first graph shows the details of the age of the nurses, where here more than 1/3 population of nurses in the government sector were belong to the age group of 40 to 45 years, and in private sector more than half population of nurses were belong to age group 30 to 35 years. Now the B graph shows the marital status. The majority of nurses in the both sector were found married. The C graph shows the years of experience. Here also more than 1/3 nurses from the government sector were having 5 years of experiences, and more than half population of nurses in the private sector having 5 to 10 years of experience. Now the graph D shows the details of salary. So here 1/3 population of nurses from the government sector were having the salary package 30,001 to 40,000, and in the private sector more than half, 3/4 population of nurses in the private sector were belong to the salary package 20,001 to 30,000. Now the stress level of the respondent. The stress level of the respondent were studied with the adapted version of nursing stress scale, which was developed by Gray Toft in the year 1989. So actually we use the adapted version of the scale. From the total 34 statements, we have reduced into 22 statements with the help of an expert. And we check the validity of the scale also. Actually, the scale having two parts. One is to check the severity of the stress, that is NSSS, and the second part is to check the frequency of the stress, that is NSSF. So From this, we have derived the NSS score and we checked its association with the shift variables. Shift variable taken for the study is a number of shift change per month, a number of night shift rotation, and the year of experience. And the results were, with regard to severity of the stress, the moderate stress was most common in both sectors, and positive association between the stress and the shift change were found in private sector. Those who work more than 6 shifts were more stressed in private sector, and there was positive association between the stress and years of experience in the private hospital, and those who worked more than 10 years were more stressed. With regard to frequency of the stress, majority of nurses of both sectors were more frequently stressed, and there was a positive association between the number of shift change per month and stress frequency in both sectors. Now, next, the work satisfaction particulars. The work particulars were taken for the study where the professional pride, the recipient of additional allowances, attitude towards the promotion and the seeking better employment. And it was found the majority of nurses in the both sector were felt proud about their profession, but no nurses in the both sector were receiving any additional allowance for their additional time where they put in. And in majority of nurses in the both sector were also not satisfied with the promotion procedures that followed in the hospitals, and more than three-fourths of nurses in the private sector were seeking better employment abroad, which indicating their job dissatisfaction. The job satisfaction is also measured with the help of a job satisfaction scale. So here also we use the adapted version of the job satisfaction scale. We check the reliability of the scale after modifying the scale also. So the association of the JSS score and the shift variable were checked, and it shows that the majority of nurses in the both sector were having average job satisfaction, and the younger nurses in the government sector were unsatisfied with their job. So this is a graph showing the job satisfaction score. As I said, the majority of nurses were having the average job satisfaction score. When we consider the high job satisfaction score, the number of nurses in the government sector were found more, and about more than 1/3 nurses in the private sector were having a highest low job satisfaction score. The conclusion of the study, this present study has identified that their poor pay scale, overtime hours, frequent shift change, staff shortage, inadequate leave, various occupational hazards, along with the shift and the stress, sometimes makes this profession vulnerable. Specific measure to reduce stress of nurse associated with frequently occurring causes and measures to improve the job satisfaction associated with the compensation and independence will be helpful to improve performance of the nurse. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Meera, that was very good presentation.
Thank
It shows
you.
your hard work.
Yeah.
That a lot of work has been done, and
Yeah, I'm not
obviously, why
feeling
not?
good. Actually, I
Because
have some viral fever also. I'm not in good health condition today.
okay.
My
No, but
throat
very
is
well
little
presented.
bad. Yeah.
No, but whatever the message you wanted to give has been well received and very well presented also.
Thank you.
And definitely the topic is also very, very novel that they are under stress because of the environment and all that, and the shifts, which are also very, very crazy. And we always say to nurse the patient. So nurse is only doing that kind of a difficult or the tough job because doctor diagnoses and doctor writes the prescription, but whether it is followed in the right perspective or not, and to look after the patient, that is a major task. So good, you took this topic. So thank you.
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Bhavana Verma.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Yeah, is it visible, ma'am?
It's visible?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Bhavna Verma. I am faculty of Food Science and Nutrition at the Institute of Hotel Management, Aurangabad. I'm also pursuing my PhD at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University from the same city under the guidance of Dr. Ragini Padge. My topic for today is a comprehensive study on impact of midday meal scheme on women empowerment. So midday meals was basically started in the year 1925 by the Madras Municipal Corporation for the disadvantaged children. This scheme today currently comes under the PM Poshan Abhiyan, under the PM Poshan initiative. So the Supreme Court voted for a directive on 28 November 2021 stating that all the states, union territory and territories to compulsory implement the scheme by providing every child in every government and every government private primary school with set midday meals. So when this started, midday meal became one of the most important pillars of the society. When we saw the direct research of it, we realized that it is affecting children. But when we saw the indirect relation of the meal, we also saw that how it is empowering women and providing them opportunities for growth, welfare, and momentum towards empowerment. So midday meal scheme is one such scheme that is providing women with ability to balance work and life, and also helping them to gain a lot of other opportunities. The objective of my research is to study the impact of midday meal scheme on female education and literacy, to examine the effect of midday meals on women empowerment by providing them financial independence, to analyze the role of midday meals in promoting skill development, community participation, and the gender equality in women. The significance of the research is that there are around 13.63 lakhs Anganwadis, and the beneficiaries of these scheme is usually young children, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. This comes under the ICDA scheme. So this scheme also helps in raising awareness, mainstreaming gender issues, providing institutional and legal support to the help needy women and children reach their full potential. This study is highly relevant in today's scenario because this scheme reduces the burden of nourishing children. When it does that, it also allows women to pursue education and occupation. By understanding the relationship between women empowerment and nutrition interventions, policymakers can construct more inclusive and equitable societies. Such research can create a pathway for initiatives that can enhance education, financial independence of women. So when I started my literature, I came across a lot of articles which were not directly related to how it is, or there was no primary research done on this. So most of the articles that I came across were indirectly pointing out how it was helping women in today's scenario. So if we see midday meal program, how it supports women empowerment, according to a study followed by it was done by Dr. Rana Chaudhary in 2023. The intervention should be included in government planning is to design community-based interventions with a focus on rural and extremely poor households with the goal of reducing poverty. To empower women might thus be essential interventions to improve their nutrition status and to make behavioral changes to produce better access to health services and to raise awareness about the value of health services, nutrition education, and micronutrient supplement among women. To understand this research more, the methodology that I have used was basically qualitative research. It is all secondary sources, published research report articles that are related to topic. Most of the literature has come from the government aided sites and websites, and also some of the reports published on these websites. The literature review helped me to implicate the existing knowledge and identifying the research gaps. The data collected was based on relevance to the study, recent published articles, and credible secondary sources. So the findings and discussions of my study was, the first thing was reduction in the school dropout rate. When midday meal scheme started, not only boys but also girls started going to the school. That is when we found that the school dropout rate of the secondary level in Maharashtra has reduced to 10.7 in 2021-22 from 11.2 in 2021. This is according to a report published by the government of Maharashtra on their midday meal site. The school dropout rate has significantly reduced since the time of midday meals were started in school. When children are served midday meals during the daytime, their cognitive development happens. That means when they are getting proper meal during the day and when they enter their class, it helps them to focus more during their class, get more learning, and also retain the memory of what they have learned in the class. So that is why it is enhancing their academic skills. The Poshan Abhiyan is one of the biggest schemes that is spread across India. It plays a critical role in empowering women by increasing school enrollment and attendance, especially among girl child. This program has helped many families to incentivize their daughters' education and send them to school. This is one of the best things that has happened in a country like ours, where women or girl child education was frowned upon. But because of the meals, girl children have been sent to schools now. The education that the girl child receives early in her lives helps her break barriers of gender norms and helps them dream and achieve their goals. It also helps them reduce the gender gap at their workplace and achieve equal pay rights. The academic achievements along with stable job opportunities helps these girls who grow into women achieve financial independence, especially in rural areas where job opportunities are limited for women. Since these women are also employed in the kitchen and the other areas of the midday meal scheme, they learn cooking skills and other management skills that can help in seeking more career and entrepreneurial opportunities for them. Now, many research also indicates that when these young girls were being educated, they were less likely to be married early as they are not seen as the burden for the family anymore, because they were also providing for the families by financially supporting them at a later stage. Women also became a part of local communities since they are equally educated now, and they can also hold positions at Gram Panchayat and promote healthy living conditions, medical facilities, more education and career opportunities for other women in the same community or in different community as well. These opportunities that these women get create a wonderful domino effect in a woman's life and make them lifelong advocates of this program. And it further helps them spread awareness about the importance of education and nutrition. Conclusion of my research is when the midday meal program has proven to empower women in several ways. Midday meal program allows young girls access nutritious food and also have encouraged parents to provide their girl child education. It also provides equal platform for women who are working and have a productive lives. It also helps many families to generate income. It has promoted gender equality. It has reduced social evils like caste systems. And because women are also working now, it has strengthened the economy of a country, and it also has reduced equality. The reduction in financial stress makes family life easy and is also provides future generation with educated mothers. This is so important. The inference of this article provides insights on how this midday meal program makes women independent and they give birth to healthy future generation because they have been nourished from a very young age with nutritious meal. The government initiatives have shaped life.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. The time is extended. Can you please conclude first?
Yes, done. Women with better nutritional health knowledge give birth to citizens that should support the nation in coming future. Women with empowerment education, these schemes also reduce the caste system and other social evils like dowry and domestic violence. Gender and equitable education systems can help to reduce gender biased violence and harmful behavior in schools such as child marriage and female genital mutilation. Scope for further research. When I started doing my research, I realized there is a lack of primary research in this area, which can be taken upon by future researchers. Investigate Future researchers can also investigate how this scheme can indirectly benefit women and how it involves women at managerial roles while implementing the scheme. And research can find further study what are the social and economic positions of women involved in the scheme are. For example, women are considered the secondary economic position holders across the world. Furthermore, this research also helps to explore literacy and education amongst children can be done from a standpoint of contributors of and stakeholders of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bhavna, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Yes. So, Bhavna, first of all, I would like to say I really liked your topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The reason is a lot of people, they are going to see the efficacy of the midday meal plan.
Yes. Hello.
The implementation of the day plan, whether it is getting followed or not.
Hello.
But this way of
Ma'am, I
house
think your
or
voice
no.
is breaking, or am I not audible? Is there a glitch from my end? Hello. Niveta ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. I think problem with ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Her network connectivity is not stable.
Oh.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We can hear you.
All right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I was just saying, Bhavna, that I want to congratulate you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
This topic was very good, as in terms of that generally people check the implementation.
Is ma'am again stuck? Niveta ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Her connectivity is not stable.
No problem. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Can we go to next candidate, please?
I'm so sorry, ma'am, but I was not able to hear your feedback because the connection.
No issues. Now you can hear me? Is
Yes,
it
I
better
can.
now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was just saying I wanted to congratulate you. Your topic was a little different and in the true perspective of the community service.
Thank you
That
so much,
everybody
ma'am.
generally checks the implementation of these kind of plans, but
Yes.
nobody sees how much it has empowered.
Yes.
You know,
Thank
our
you so much.
government is really doing good job.
Yes,
So the one way you presented
yeah.
it was the example of it. So
Thank
good,
you so,
good.
thank you so
Very
much,
good.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Good hearing from you.
Next. Yes, thank you. Next person, please.
The next presenter of the day, Anshumala. Ma'am, are you there, Anshumala? Okay, we'll move to the next candidate. Nikki Kumari.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, ma'am. Now I am present. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I am hearing audible.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Start your presentation, please. We can see your slide also.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Here I am going to give a presentation of my research paper. My topic is investigating the feasibility of using waste lemon peel powder in formulation of food product. So let's start with the first slide. Introduction. Lemon is the third cultivation place in India after bananas and mango. These fruits are successfully cultivated in India from Bihar, Assam, Karnataka, Uttarakhand, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, and other states. Lemon is rich in many food nutrition values, especially citric acid. Different varieties contain different acids ranging from 3.71 to 8.40%. It mainly used for citric acid and vitamin C. Lemon is widely used in medicine because its own present many properties. It enhances the taste and improves the taste of various dishes. It is often used in preparation of salad. Lemon juice is a good quality, can be preserved a long time with some precaution. Need of this study. Lemon fruits are produce a significant amount of food waste in form of peel, lemon peel and seed, which amount of half of the fruit's weight, if not properly disposed of this waste, can lead to environmental pollution. However, citrus fruits are a good source of various nutrients such as fiber, vitamin, mineral, and antioxidant. These nutrients provide health benefits such as controlling blood sugar, protecting against heart disease, preventing type 2 diabetes, and lowering cholesterol. This lemon powder can be used a flavor enhancer and a some source of dietary fiber. By doing so, we can reduce waste. Lemon material promote the way improving the promote a sustainability and by improving the nutrition quality of our diet, especially nutrition benefit in COVID-19 situation. Objective. Assess the organoleptic characteristic of food finished product, determining the nutrition value of finished food product, preparedness of finished product, prepared at the root of the raw material product, costing. Hypothesis. Research hypothesis. There is a positive relation between lemon peel powder and food product. Research methodology. This study investigating the feasibility of using waste lemon peel powder is a formulation of food product was conducted in a department of home science laboratory lab, or the fresh lemon were purchased from Patna market. This peel were obtained by first washing the lemon peel with clean water and then squeezing out the juice of lemon. I was adopt the branching process to prevent discoloration of this peel. After that, the peel was dried in Central Research Lab at 60 to 70 degrees centigrade temperature for 24 to 48 hours. The dried peel was sieved through a fine sieve and packed in an airtight container. Powder made from lemon peel was prepared, including utilization production. These product were placed in 4 treatment. Treatment T0 control treatment T1, 5% lemon powder was added. Treatment T2, 10%, and treatment T3, 15% lemon peel powder added, and its replication was done with 3 times. Organoleptic sensory evaluation of the finished product. Production was conducted among 5 teachers selected from the Department of Home Science, and the product was scored with the help of 9-point hedonic scale scorecard. The following nutrients composition table were used in calculate the nutrition value of Nimki in the food product. Finally, the data obtained from the contract evaluation was also described in statistics form. Result and discussion. As so in this graph, T1 got the highest marks in term of color, texture, and finish Nimki product. Secondly, T0 received highest score for the bitterness and taste due to lemon peel powder found on Nimki, and T0 received highest score for the overall acceptability of the finished food product. In this table that Nimki, a food item prepared from lemon peel, was found to be significant in terms of color, texture, taste, overall acceptability. So in that table, the nutrition value of the finished food product was determined as the inclusion of powder food item made from lemon increase the nutrients content of the product was increased. Preservation of food product made from lemon peel powder was found that Nimki prepared from lemon peel powder preserved for 55 days. After these days, the texture and taste of the food product was deteriorating. Cost of the product based on raw material average cost per 100 gram Nimki T0 control treatment cost was 9.51 rupees T1, 9.03 rupees T2, 8.55 rupees and T3, 8.03 rupees. Conclusion. Appropriate study led to the conclusion that using nutrition value and provide the protection from many diseases. Nimki utilized from lemon peel powder based on organoleptic evaluation from preferred over the organoleptic sample T1 and T2. T3 due to the test of production based on favoring treatment T0, T2 and T3, in which T1 is the highest score given. This food product were also preserved for more and more days, and end of the result, the cost of the product based on raw material, the average cost per 100 gram of Nimki was produced at least in list rupees. That's my reference. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Nikki, I have got few questions from
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Could you on your video?
Okay, ma'am.
My first question to you is, you have used the word waste.
Yes, ma'am.
Lemon peel. Why did
lemon.
you use that word waste? Because now there is so much of, awareness in the people. A lot of people use lemon zest. Because you have also used the lemon peel powder, right? So, why did you use that word waste? Because of the
Because
attitude of the people to throw it away?
yes, ma'am. Say use and throw it away from dustbin. So they
Yeah, but
can't
then
they can't
since
know and
people, yeah, but then since people do that, so when we say the word waste, that means what the waste has been there, we picked up that waste and then we made something out of it. What I mean to say, nowadays you find jeans which are made up of the plastic.
yes,
They don't come to our houses to collect the plastic. What the plastics, we throw it away. That is being collected by them and then they do that. So waste in itself means what we throw, and then you have collected that waste and then you made something out of it.
yes, ma'am.
So what was the origin of your raw material availability? From where did you get your raw material?
मैम आजकल मतलब कि ये लेमन का छिलके जो होते हैं सभी लोग यूज करके फेंक देते हैं, लेकिन इनका अलग अलग तरह से इनका उपयोग किया जा सकता है, जैसे इनका कुकीज में भी यूज किया जा सकता है, और ये जो है प्रिवेंट
वेल
हमारे
एक्सेप्टेड, वेल एक्सेप्टेड। ये नहीं कह रही कि इनको
अदरवाइज
यूज
हम
नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं आपको ये बोल रही हूँ कि आपने
प्रिवेंट द
वेस्ट,
डिजीज।
नहीं, वेस्ट का क्या मतलब होता है निकी, कि कोई चीज जो कोई फेंक देता है उसी को ही मैंने पिकअप करके कुछ नया बनाया है। क्या आपने लोगों के फेंके हुए छिलकों को पिकअप किया और उससे कुछ बनाया?
नो मैम,
हाँ,
इट्स
तो इट्स जस्ट माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, इफ इट इज पॉसिबल, आप वेस्ट वर्ड को निकालिए, क्योंकि वो एक लेमन का पार्ट है। लोगों का एटीट्यूड है उसे फेंकना, और हम लोगों को ये बताना चाह रहे हैं कि उससे बहुत कुछ बन सकता है। और आपने लोगों का वेस्ट पिकअप करके उससे नहीं बनाया है, आपने लेमन पील से ही डायरेक्टली बनाया है, आपने वेस्ट नहीं पिकअप किया, राइट? सेकेंडली, आपने जब लेमन का पील यूज किया तो फिर आपने लेमन के जूस का क्या किया?
इट्स पिकल में यूज हुई थी मैम।
पक्का यूज किया आपने पिकल में? नहीं तो
Yes,
फिर
ma'am.
आपने वेस्ट क्रिएट कर दिया है।
No, ma'am. It's I used on pickles.
All right.
Lemon.
Okay. That is fine. The third claim, what you did was that it has got good effect on many diseases. I'm sure it must have got, but have you checked that?
Okay, ma'am.
आपने चेक किया कि कौन सी डिजीज पे इसका इफेक्ट आता है? क्योंकि जो मुझे समझ आया वो ये है कि यू हैव डन प्रोडक्ट फॉर्मुलेशन, और ये आपका एक हाइपोथेसिस है कि शायद इसको किया जा सकता है यूज, ये आपका आइडिया है एक, राइट? कि ये डिजीजेस में भी काम आएगा, करेक्ट? नो?
Yes,
और अगर ये डिजीजेस में काम आएगा तो आपको ये भी स्टैंडर्डाइज करना पड़ेगा, अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑर्गेनोलेप्टिक स्टडीज, कि कितना क्वांटिटी इसका यूज होना चाहिए जो कि वो डिजीज पे इम्पैक्ट दे सके। तो आपको कोई ऐसी स्टडीज देखनी पड़ेंगी जहां पर ऑलरेडी उन्होंने ये लेमन पील यूज किया है, एंड देन देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ अ इफेक्ट। सो इफ देयर वाज सम काइंड ऑफ अ इफेक्ट, द सेम क्वांटिटी और मे बी सम ट्रायल्स 1 2 3 यू हैव टू डू टू चेक कि किससे आपका बायोकेमिकल टेस्ट करके बिफोर एंड आफ्टर, कंट्रोल एक्सपेरिमेंटल करके, देन ओनली यू कैन क्लेम कि इसका ये हो सकता है। अभी तो ये पोटेंशियल बेनिफिट है, प्रूवन नहीं है ये, आपकी स्टडी के हिसाब से, राइट? Anyways, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
So
Thank you
best
for
wishes to
guiding.
you. Yeah. There is a lot of potential actually in this. A lot of work could be done into this, and maybe some other products could also be explored in this. And nutritional analysis करना कि जो लिमोनिन कंटेंट रहता है लेमन पील में, क्या वो बेकिंग और कुकिंग के बाद भी उतना रहता है कि नहीं, क्योंकि उसी के ही गुड इफेक्ट्स होते हैं।
Yes, ma'am.
तो anyways, best wishes to you. Next candidate, please.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Garima Bhatnagar.
Ma'am, can you ask them to stop sharing their screen so that I can start sharing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Nikki, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now you can start.
A very warm welcome to one and all present. I am Garima Bhatnagar from Dalbagh Educational Institute, Agra. I'm registered there as a research scholar. And the topic of my presentation is lacto-vegetarian diets, the most sustainable option going forward, a review. In this, the main aim of this review was to collate all the existing information present in regarding lacto-vegetarian diets and the present Indian diets. Also, in a way that how it leads to healthy transition to a sustainable diet, which confirms the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. The review also summarizes the nutritional adequacy as well as the economic consideration and the environmental footprints of the sustainable and present Indian diets. We know that food is the strongest lever to optimize human health and environmental sustainability on Earth. However, food is also now becoming a threat to the health of both men and the planet. Thus, an immense challenge lies in the face of humanity to provide a growing world population with healthy diets and sustainable food through sustainable food systems. This holds true for India which is home to 20% of world's population, is the fastest growing economy, but is also placed 22nd in the global hunger index, and also faces a precarious situation of triple burden of malnutrition, where children above the age of under the age of 5 years are wasted and stunted, comprising around 20% and 31% to the global share of the India's undernourished kids. Overnutrition is also rampant, with 20% of the population of India being overweight or obese, and then there is a danger lurking around in the form of hidden hunger due to the deficiency of micronutrients. Then the non-communicable diseases caused by the indeficient diet are causing 61% mortality rates, with CVDs, diabetes and hypertension present in almost all Indians above the age of 45 years. Thus, this sets a perfect case to analyze what is in Indian diets that needs to be changed, and what is the dietary shift that needs to be done. This brings us to the diet, which should be not only nutritious, but also takes into consideration the cultural acceptability, is environmental friendly, affordable. Why environmentally friendly? Because India, though houses a population of 20% population, has only 2.4% share of the land on which agriculture takes place, and agriculture is already is under a lot of pressure to provide food security for Indians, and it has a double-edged sword thus. So a sustainable Indian diet would be the one which can achieve the developmental goals set by UN, which are to be met in 2030s. So the sustainable diet will be one which is nutritious and for all ages, fulfills and meets the daily requirements for all the nutrients, is culturally acceptable, produced locally and seasonal, with seasonal fruits and vegetables and other foods. So when all these things are taken care, especially the environmental part, then we will see that the impact of such a diet on environment is also less, and it will lead to confirmation of several sustainable developmental goals, that will be good health, no hunger, climate actions, as well as when we take care of greenhouse gas emissions, land and water use, energy, and biodiversity impact is lessened, then the sustainable development goals of 14 and 15 can also be met. Taking this into consideration, if we see the present Indian diets, 25% of the diet of Indians were lacto-vegetarian when it was 2005 and 2006, and there has been a remarkable decrease in the percentage of vegetarians, and now it only accounts to 19%. You can see in the chart, the Haryana, Rajasthan and Gujarat are the ones with highest pure vegetarian people with a dairy complement in their diet. If you see the advantages of lacto-vegetarian diet, there are various and there are many. Beside, it was found that though these lacto-vegetarian diets are very nutrient dense, that means the number of amount of nutrients per calorie are more, they are also the ones which show statistically lower scores for anxiety and stress, and thus they ensure mental health. The diabetes was also prevalent to be 30% less in people who were consuming lacto-vegetarian diet, and the levels of concentration of antioxidants were also high in people with lacto-vegetarian diet, thus confirming that people have an anti-inflammatory effect for most of the metabolic degenerative diseases. And as such, it has been, there are a myriad of papers which have shown that whole grain cereals, legume, nuts, and pulses, and fruits and vegetables are all associated with decreasing the risk of metabolic disorders. As mentioned, that lacto-vegetarian diet is a diet which has a component of milk in it. So when we find it is essential that milk is included in in the diet of Indians, why one should answer by saying that in India, India is the largest producer of milk. And it has been found by the statistics that 30 to 50% of Indian children consume milk, and the research shows that those with consumption of regular milk consumption have shown better anthropometric outcomes, and thus reduces stunting and wasting in children, which thus confirms the developmental goals of India. Also, milk is placed. If we see the next thing in this, milk is placed as a risk factor for most of the diseases when consumed in lower quantities, along with the protective foods which I mentioned, like fruits and vegetables, legumes, and grains. Thus, drinking regular milk will provide protection against many CVDs, hypertension, stroke, and other metabolic diseases, which will also confirm us to the goal of goal number 3, which well-being of people. Also, milk, as produced in so much quantity in India, is also a vehicle for potent nutrient supplementation, besides providing beneficial effects on bone and teeth of the children and adults. Chaudhary and Krishna in 2019 did a research and compared the diet of Indians with the recommended Lancet diet, and found that that Indian diets are deficient in 11 out of 25 nutrients, and though cereals were present, the diversity in cereal was less, especially millets, while cereal grains most consumed was rice, with a variety of millets that was in rural areas. The consumption of fruits and vegetable was very low.
Garima, your presentation is really good, but could you please conclude, looking at the time, please?
Sure, ma'am. So taking this into account, I will just like to stress that animal foods which are consumed are also very low in, are consumed less in Indian diets, but the intake of sugar, rice, and oil is very high in most of the Indian states. And the 4 nutrients which are of importance and show deficiency of fiber, vitamin A, riboflavin, and potassium, and thus it makes a strong case for increasing the intake of fruits and vegetables and cereals, which form a big part of Indian diets. But if you see the affordability part, the sustainable diets are very expensive, and around a normal person cannot in India, who's poor, cannot afford it, because 1.5 times more money needs to be shelled out for incorporating all the food groups. We can say the environmental footprints of meat and other diseases are meat and other products are high, which which shows that they put an environmental, lot of stress on our environment, especially when the agricultural land is already low. Thus, it makes a solid case of adopting vegetarian diets with dairy component in it, which can be good for public as well as planet health, and it can reduce the risk of chronic diseases as meat can be replaced or reduced in the diet. Thus, the transition of a healthy lacto-vegetarian diet will result in minor increase in GH emissions with water and land use. However, when when the meat decreases in the diet, it will ease out and mask the substantial variations. The footprints will increase, but only for a smaller time, and with the chronic diseases becoming less.
Hello, ma'am. Actually, I'm ready to join, but actually, which link I will have to join, ma'am? On which link I will have to join?
Continue, and if we don't change, then intake of.
Ma'am, I have already joined, ma'am, but actually, the student who are presenting.
Deepu, could you please put yourself on mute mode, please?
Halsey, ma'am, but Halsey related link I didn't get, ma'am.
Mr. Deepu, could you please?
Hello.
Ma'am, on which date they send?
Who is speaking? Can I know your name, please?
Ma'am.
Rita, could you please
that link
put
from
him
that
on
link
the
I have
mute
joined,
mode?
ma'am. But
Ma'am,
the student who is presenting
please
is from
contact
Hall
me.
2, ma'am.
Please contact me, Don't disturb the
Please put him
presentation,
on
guys.
mute mode,
Yeah.
Nivita.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get you.
Garima, you continue.
Link, ma'am,
Okay.
but ma'am,
Now, the
actually someone
transition
presenting to ma'am, I cannot
sustainable diets, which are
disturb
lacto-vegetarian diet, will help
in
us
meantime.
to reduce the footprints of
Actually, someone is present.
environmental as well as economic considerations, and will also help to achieve a better health status. Though in the intermediary, there will be an increase in all the greenhouse emissions, water and land use, but in some time it will ease out, and India will be a healthy nation. Thus, India, with its huge population with rising income, if continues its business as usual, then the undesirable impact will be felt on both local and global level. And India can, in order to achieve its goal of global sustainable goals, need to put concentrated efforts by having several kind of interventions to prevent and manage diet-related chronic diseases, ensuring future food security, and this will help to adopt evidence-backed lacto-vegetarian dietary pattern, and thus propel India one step closer to a healthy, sustainable, and conscientious society. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
So thank you so much, Garima. That was a good topic which you have actually backed up with very good research. So that yes, they are sustainable. As we always say, research is a kind of
Ma'am, your voice
anybody can have any assumption, but how do we prove and how do we justify so congratulations.
Thanks a ton, ma'am. Your words are really encouraging for me, because it's been after a long gap.
Good work. Next candidate, please.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
No.
The next presenter
Very
of the
good.
day,
Next
Dr.
candidate, please.
Meenakshi Chaudhary. Dr. Meenakshi Chaudhary, please. Ma'am, are you there? Meenakshi Chaudhary, ma'am. Meenakshi Chaudhary, ma'am. Okay, we'll move to the next candidate. Shivangi Verma.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Can you present now, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay,
I'll just share my
start
screen.
sharing.
Yes. Is it seen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivangi Verma. I'm a research scholar in Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, also working as a dietitian in Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences. The title of my topic is The Need for Modifying Existing Nutritional Screening Tool to Identify Malnutrition Among Hospitalized Patients. Almost 50% of the patients are malnourished on admissions, and it is often under-recognized and underdiagnosed. It results in many numerous negative outcomes, such as increase in hospital morbidity and mortality rates. It also adds an economic burden to the hospital as well as the individual. It increases in the length of stay, also the post-operative complication. It results in higher readmission rates, delayed wound healing, as well as decreased muscle function. Overall, the quality of life is deteriorated. Nutritional care process was developed by the Academy of Nutritional Dietetics and is accepted by the dietetic profession long back. It is a systematic problem-solving method to provide high nutritional care. It is a roadmap. It is considered to be a roadmap which consists of 4 steps. The first and the second step, which is nutritional screening and assessment and diagnosis, is to identify the nutritional problem. The third and the fourth step, which is nutritional intervention, monitoring and evaluation, is to solve the nutritional problem. Nutritional care process in the hospital setting. On admission, patient is nutritionally screened. If the patient is found at risk, nutritional assessment is performed, which results in a proper nutritional diagnosis statement, followed by nutritional intervention, monitoring, and evaluation. The change in status, whether good or bad, reassessment and NCP is updated accordingly. If the patient is found not at risk, periodic rescreening is advised. If still the patient is not at risk, patient care is continued till discharge to maintain the continuity of care. In this whole nutritional care process, I'm going to focus on nutritional screening because it is the early step where we can diagnose the patient who are at risk of malnutrition. Nutritional screening and assessment, the definition is a process of to identify an individual who may be malnourished or at risk for malnutrition to determine if a detailed assessment is required. Nutritional assessment is a comprehensive approach to diagnose the nutritional problem that uses a combination of the following: medical nutrition, medication histories, physical examination, anthropometric measurements, and laboratory data. Nutritional screening needs an appropriate tool and methods to identify patients at nutritional risk. And a good nutritional screening tool should be quick, easy to use, economical, standardized, and validated. It should be sensitive as well as specific. A good nutritional screening tool, the scores of screening tool should direct to an appropriate nutritional intervention or rule out the nutritional therapy. It is a compulsory part of many hospitals' clinical protocol. Some of the existing nutritional screening tools are Nutritional Risk Screening 2002, Malnutrition Universal Screening Tool MUST, Mini Nutritional Assessment MNA. Why it is necessary to modify the nutritional screening tool? Many clinicians, including me, we modify the screening tool to suit the population for which we want to study and also the measurement of the nutritional status properly. A good nutritional screening tool should be quick, easy to use, simple, convenient, non-invasive for the identification of patients who are at risk of malnutrition. Also, it enhances the quality improvement of NCP in a hospital setup. Here, one example, if in a ward there are some 40 to 60 patients, if a dietitian goes for a round and we want to analyze every patient, so a tool should be quick, efficient, and convenient for the dietitian to do so. There are some 2-3 studies which I have mentioned in this slide. They have modified the subjective global assessment because it was time consuming. So they have developed easy to use modified PG SGA, which is modified
patient-generated subjective global assessment. Another study conducted to measure the neutral risk in emergency 2017, they have a modified tool, which is a new simplified proposal for a nutrition screening tool. It is developed to assess the patient as per their convenience. Also, they want to assess the patients by using multivariate statistic methods. Similarly, another convenient nutritional screening tool was developed by the nurses, which would be administered in a short period of time to suit the needs of the particular population. There were many studies where existing are modified. A new screen tool is developed based on the hospital situation, such as mentioned in the last slides, NRE 2017, 3-minute nutritional screening tool, simple nutritional screening tool, severance nutritional screening index, Nutrix score for intensive care unit. Hence, the present study aims to conduct an online survey to elicit the information from professionals on nutritional care process of a hospital setting. The study aims to assess the subject's knowledge, attitude, practices associated with nutritional screening and assessment tools, and identifying the need for modifying existing nutritional screening tool in order to identify malnutrition among hospitalized patients. An online survey is conducted to elicit the information on their knowledge, attitude, and practices. The questionnaire was developed as a Google form, and it was shared to 50 professionals, out of which 34 subjects have responded. Questionnaire consists of 20 questions. The general information such as name, gender, email ID, nature, and place of work was in the first phase. Second phase of the questionnaire dealt with the questions regarding the awareness and definitions on screening and assessment. Also, the question included whether healthcare professionals knew about the existing nutritional screening and assessment tools and their preferences on them. On that, the main aim of the questionnaire is to collect information whether healthcare professionals modify the screening tool or not. If yes, is the tool validated? The third phase of the questionnaire consists questions asking about the important components which are easy to measure and is considered important for nutritional screening and assessment. So as told, 34 respondents have shared their responses, out of which 62% of them were clinicians and dietitians, 62% to 13%, like that. Age group is from 30 to 40 is major respondents. They work in most of them work in multi-speciality hospital, and the dietary information is taken up by the dietary assistants. So the awareness on nutritional screening and assessment tool, 100% of all the respondents have responded that they're aware of the nutritional screening and assessment tool. The definitions I mentioned from them, they have agreed that a nutritional screening tool is to identify the risk of malnutrition, to provide appropriate nutritional intervention, and to measure the clinical outcome and predict the length of stay. The another question which I put on is, do you believe nutritional screening is an important step after admission and before discharge? 93% of them agreed for this. Also, whether they are doing it in their setups, 80% of them are doing it. So, in all the respondents, they've reported that must and ABCD. ABCD is anthropometric, biochemical, clinical, and dietary approaches are the most used in most of the hospitals, and followed by the modified and the other versions. Like they have modified their own they have taken only the height, weight, BMI. So the tool which they are using, we have asked that whether it is existing or modified, to know whether they are interested to modify the tool or they are okay with the existing nutritional screening tool available. So 76% are using existing, and 24% of them are interested in modified screening tool. The validity of their tool, 60% of them are validated, and some of them are not sure. So just to know about the existing screening tool, when I have kept, I just found that must awareness, 80% of the respondents are aware of the must tool, and the validity and reliability, they know only 60% are only aware of it. The efficiency is only known to 46 to 46.7% of the population. Another tool which I've kept is NRS 2002, which is mostly used, must NRS and SGA. So with this also I found that 60% of the population are aware, and 46.7% are aware of the validity, reliability, and efficiency. Only 40% are sure about it. With SGA, again 53.3% are aware, and 46.7% are percent of the respondents are sure about the validity, reliability, and 40% of the respondents know the efficiency of this SGA. Open-ended suggestions are listed for the importance of nutrition screening and assessment tool. So some of the respondents have suggested GLIM criteria, cause of weight loss, gain, nutrition knowledge and education, albumin, ideal body weight, and electronic health record to be included in the nutrition screening tool. The present study finds that all the respondents were aware of usage and importance of nutritional screening and assessment. Hence, there is a need to emphasize on administrating this nutritional screening and assessment tool on admission and discharge in order to combat malnutrition and thereby reducing adverse health outcomes among hospitalized patients. Results reveal that many clinicians are modifying the tool as per the requirement. The study found that there is a need to modify the existing screening tool to suit the hospital population and measure the health outcome. Hence, this study believes in support to modify, and there is a need to modify the screening and assessment tool. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Shivangi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Shivangi, congratulations. You took a good topic. And today I'm seeing more of topics related to community nutrition and their health and the different perspectives, and I'm liking it as well. Just wanted to ask you, since malnutrition is both under as well as over, so did you
Yes,
cover
ma'am.
both aspects?
Yes, ma'am. The main aim of modifying my screening tool is that I want both the undernutrition and overnutrition. Why? Because there are some tools like must I have kept in this in my questionnaire, that they are concentrating this NRS must and SGA. They are concentrating more on only undernutrition. So I want to relate that overnutrition also affects the health, and also it results to many adverse health outcomes, ma'am. Because and the next part, yes, ma'am.
Now, do you have any plans to comment on BMI also? Because that is already a very, I would like to say, a very standardized kind of tools which is used in BMI, and they have already revised it, keeping into account the obesity for Asians. So, do you have something in mind to revise that as well
Yes,
as one
ma'am.
of the objective?
Yes, ma'am. With this study, it was like a preliminary study of my PhD work, ma'am. So with this, I got an idea that yes, I need these components like BMI, which I'm going to concentrate on their overnutrition, undernutrition, and other components to develop a tool. So I have recently developed a
Because
tool, and
because generally for hospitalized patients, you are right, there are more chances of, undernutrition because of the hospital kind of the environment, because of the diseases, what do they
yes,
suffer, and especially for critically ill patient, we should have different kind of barometers. Although
yes,
there are a
ma'am.
lot of books which are written on critically ill patients, where
Yes,
they are
ma'am.
defining about cancer, where they are defining about acute kidney failure, and so many more, for that matter. But why it occurred to me, because in the critically ill, one of the patients, they are also CVDs, where most of them are coming from the background of obesity. So that's why
Yes.
I asked you this.
And I am after you have told about CVD, ma'am, I'm concentrating on CVD patients only, and I've developed a tool for them because it is very necessary for CVD. It's not only the weight, it other things, ma'am, clinical, biochemical, everything decides the nutritional status of the body, ma'am. So with this,
But never forget to get it patented. Okay? Protect your
it,
rights.
yes, ma'am.
Never forget to get it patented. If you are developing some new thing,
Yes,
get
ma'am.
the rights for that. Look for your IPR. We
Yes, ma'am.
nutritionists and dietitians sometimes forget about IPR.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
In
ma'am.
lot of universities or in lot of colleges, sometimes this part is missed, like
Yes,
entrepreneurship, innovations, as well as IPR. So it's just my humble request,
yes,
without challenging the capacity of any other organization, that kindly please, protect your rights if you
I'll
are
take it
developing
into
something new as a PhD scholar, yeah? So that the world can use it
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
can be appreciated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank you
right,
so much,
good.
ma'am, for giving
Thank you,
this
Shivangi.
opportunity, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah,
Hope
you're
that
welcome.
I have
Thank you.
very,
Next candidate,
best.
please. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Hema Dupa. Hema, ma'am, are you there? Yeah, we can see you, ma'am.
This sharing my presentation.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Well, hello.
Is it visible, ma'am? You can start your
Okay,
presentation.
okay. I'm unable to do the slide mode, so I will be presenting on this mode itself. So
Okay.
my topic is innovative food processing technology and its effect on the non-dairy plant-based based beverages. So I will be telling a little about my co-author, Dr. Priyanka Shankar. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Human Development and Family Sciences, Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Introduction. Over the last 2 decades, consumption of non-dairy based plant-based beverages, or you can say vegetable milk, has been increased considerably due to health and environmental concern, lactose intolerance because of people who are suffering from lactose intolerance, or due to flexitarian choice of diets such as those which are less in meat products and more in plant-based based diets. The estimated growth of plant-based beverages is 15% by 2018 of value around $14 billions, which is comparatively achieved to around 5% in the coming 6 years. The most common source of plant-based beverages include cereals, which are oats, rice, corn, split, rye, quinoa, kamut. In legumes, soya, peanuts, lupin, cowpea. In nuts, almond, coconut, hazelnut, pistachio, walnut. In seeds are sesame, flax, sunflower, pumpkin, and hemp. In soup-based quinoa, teff, and amaranth. Typically, all the plant-based beverages are in fluid forms, and they are obtained by the process of marination, grinding, filtration, which consists of extracting the food substance from the water. Around 99% of the final product. We obtain 99% as a final product. Next, plant-based beverages are usually they are subjected to ultra-high treatment based so that we obtain food quality, good food quality and safety during the storage. However, the conventional heat treatment promote degradation of some of the thermolabile compound, which affect its physiochemical property. Also have an off-label formation, for instance. So, in order to reduce such drawbacks, alternative processing techniques, which I will be focusing on this my review study, that will be high hydrostatic pressure, high pressure homogenization, ultrasound, pulse selective field, which have been proposed. The scientific evaluation of these innovative processing technology reveals that it will promisingly result in improving the shelf life, preserve the nutritional property, reduce the loss of bioactive compound of the plant-based beverages. So the objective study will be mainly focusing on the innovative food processing technology and its effect in the physiochemical plant-based beverage, and it will address the issue related to the shelf life, emulsifying stability, preserving the nutritional content, and the sensory property of the final product. So my research methodology will be to conduct this review. Extensive literature was identified from the PubMed, Scopus, Google Scholar, Procus based on the keyword plant-based beverage, innovative food processing technology, thermal treatment, and sensorial property. Irrelevant literatures were excluded. So first we will be discussing about the nutritional composition. Here we can see the comparison has been done based on cow milk to the plant-based beverages, and we can see that the soya and quinoa contain higher amount of protein, 4.5 and 7, compared to the cow milk, which is 3.15, and the functional component which can be seen as such as in oats beta glucan, in rice phytosterols, and in quinoa magnesium phosphorus, in soya isoflavone phytosterols, in almonds alpha tocopherols, acarbose, lauric acid, vitamin E, in hazelnuts it's catechin, in sesame it's lignans, and hemp omega-3 fatty acids. As we discuss about the nutrition and bioactive composition, I will be putting some highlights on the functional compounds which are finding, such as the beta glucan, which is found in the oats. It improves the blood glucose and insulin resistance. Phytosterol improve the cardiovascular status and reduce the risk of other related diseases. Isoflavone reduce the risk of development of cancer, cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis. Lignin reduce the blood cholesterol level. Omega-3 fatty acids reduce and protect against the development of CVDs. Conversely, some of the anti-nutrition factors are also present, such as in sesame and oats, which contain phytates and oxalate. And these form a complex with minerals, carbohydrates, and with lipids during digestion, and it reduces their ability for absorption in the gut. So amidin is also an allergen protein which is found in the almonds. Next is the noble innovative technologies which are through which we are doing extraction and we are preserving the thermolabile compounds, such as high hydrostatic pressure processing, high pressure homogenization, ultra high pressure homogenization, ultrasonation, and pulse selective fields. Next, the replication, high hydrostatic pressure processing. Its history include way back to 19th century when oxalate was used to apply pressure to convert starch into glucose. Similarly, it also uses pressure. The ranges from 100 to 800 MPa with or without the application of heat. So the combined effect of both thermal as well as the pressure creates some of the physical, chemical, and biological changes in the food. The use of HHP alter in some of the characteristics of the milk, such as it provides desirable texture, sensorial attributes, and the nutritive value. Second is the high pressure homogenization or the ultra high pressure homogenization. It improves the stability of plant-based beverages and affects some of the effects are seen in their physiological properties also. Next, the technique which is used here is high pressure. We use 200 to 600 MPa and temperature between 30 to 85 degrees Celsius, which improve its stability. Also, the particle size, it reduce the particle size emulsions and provide us more uniform size particles. Apart from reducing its colloidal particle, it also destroys some of the microorganisms. Ultrasonification is another method which is used for homogenization of cow milk, and it is little poorly addressed in terms of plant-based beverages. Another is pulse selective field, where non-thermal technologies, it is an interesting non-thermal technology where we are using 2 electrodes and are subjected to a very short pulses for milliseconds or in microseconds at a high voltage, 1 to 80 kilowatt per centimeter, depending upon its requirements, such as microbial inactivation, disintegration of sludge, electropermeabilization, and the food products are subjected to various ranges of voltages. PEF processing involves very short but strong pulses, thus shortening the total processing time with a higher efficiencies. Next. So I will be discussing about little of the novel techniques which are used by some of the researchers in this field based on preparing plant-based milks, such as high hydrostatic pressure. When used for almond milks, high hydrostatic pressure compared with the traditional thermal processing, it was seen that there was induced in the aggregation and the coagulation in the almond milk, and higher aggregation was seen compared to the conventional heat treatment, as reported by Dhatul et al. Similarly, for soya milk enriched with calcium, here there was a comparison between high hydrostatic pressure and traditional thermal processing with different temperature and pressure. We see that it inhibits the activity of trypsin inhibitor, lipoxy.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Your time is extended. Can you please conclude first?
Okay. Yes, I'm concluding. Similarly, we can see for high pressure, ultra high pressure homogenization for almond milk, we see there is no significant reduction in the B1, B2, and protein antigen activity around 99.7 8% we achieve, there was no reduction in the protein antigens. Similarly, for soya yogurt, it improved its physiochemical properties like firmness in the yogurts, milk treated with high pressure homogenization. And next, while using ultrasonification, we see the droplet diameter was reduced by increasing. When we increase the ultrasonification power in the coconut milk, it start to reduce its diameter. Similarly,
Hema,
yes, ma'am.
yeah, it is a beautiful presentation and you have really collected a lot of data. But could you please conclude it now?
Yes, ma'am. My recommendation for the future studies will be there should be more efforts should be done based on the necessity to study to scale up these techniques, because these techniques are generally nowadays practicing in the lab scale. Another thing is we have to characterize the processing condition in a continuous regime so that we can get a larger flow and a better results, and we can compare the result based on the temperature, and when we are increasing the pressure, what is the change in the bioactive compounds and what are the functional properties we are receiving after that. Another relevant factor which we see here is the bioaccessibility of the functional ingredient. Sometimes some scientific studies responded that the phenolic compound which is found in the soya milk can be absorbed after a gastrointestinal digestion, and it exert antioxidant activity. So this factor can also be addressed in a clinical trial. So when producing such products based on high hydrostatic pressure or high based on some other different ultrasonification. So based on these novel techniques, what are the effect they are causing in our gastrointestinal tract also. From this approach for commercialization, my viewpoint will be that two factors can be considered in an individual basis, like consumption of some people consider these products, novel products based on their health factors, because some doesn't want flexitarian diets, or they want low cholesterol diets, or some are lactose intolerance, they are subjecting to the plant-based beverages. Similarly, secondly, the are obtaining from the bioactive compound should also look forward. Thank you. These are my references.
So, Hima, very good presentation. And you're absolutely right. Many more techniques and all these things, they are required. Even I also, request the government, to allocate the funds, because a lot of time there are funds available. We are also available, but there is a major gap. We don't know much, and they also don't reach out to us because of maybe 100 reasons. And such kind of machines which can do the evolution and which can, change the total face of the food processing.
Yes.
And nowadays it is nutraceuticals where microencapsulation, or maybe when we say that how come we can add the limiting amino acids or maybe any limiting kind of nutrient. So we have reached to that kind of a stage. So good, very different and good topic. I liked it. Good. Best wishes to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next candidate, please.
The next presenter of the day, Bharti Shah. Ma'am,
I'm here.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. Bharti Shah, ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, now audible.
I'm here. Can you hear?
Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
ma'am,
yeah.
now we can hear you.
Yeah, may I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah. This is my poster presentation. Is this visible, ma'am?
Is it visible,
Yes,
ma'am?
please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, PhD scholar Bharti Shah, under guidance of Dr. Jagmeet Madan, Principal of SVT College, Home Science, Mumbai, and Dr. Meeta Singh from MBBS MD from Hyderabad. So today of my topic primarily focusing on the dietary calcium intake in perimenopause as well as postmenopausal women in Mumbai. So it will take 5 to 7 minutes to briefly explain about my study. So why I have chosen this topic? Because it is the epidemiological or population based study. So when I read the literature review, I did my literature review. So that time very less epidemiological data were available, especially on menopausal women and women's health. Hospital based data were available. So basically, if I, I would like to say that in India, overall world, but in India, osteoporosis along with sarcopenia, but mainly osteoporosis is increasing challenges for postmenopausal women, and it is increased or exacerbated by longer life expectancies, especially in India. So early diagnosis. So actually, what happens in menopause women? Reduction or low level of estrogen leads to the low uh, mineral density, or you can say the calcium mineralization will be early diagnosis in perimenopausal or premenopausal woman, as well as prevention in by giving the nutrition education or medical and nutritional intentions are critical. These conditions coexist porosis risk or fractures in the future, especially in postmenopausal women. So given this prevalence in postmenopausal women, so nutritional strategies becomes vital, and there is lack of data, epidemiological data on dietary calcium intake, mainly in different socioeconomic strata, that is upper, middle, and lower. So that's why I have focused to gather information from all three different socioeconomic strata. So now my methodology is it is population-based study where I have undertaken this study in 200 perimenopausal women and 200 postmenopausal equal distribution, and age group Malathi, G Gayatri, and Hemamini in 2013 articles where they have taken the calcium rich food 30 gram per 100 gram 30 milligrams sorry per 100 gram of calcium rich food FFQ, validated FFQ. I have used this FFQ, semi quantitative FFQ. So in this, along with this, I have used the latest modified Kupaswamy scale 2019. So to gather the information on the socio-economic strata, that is upper, middle, lower. So in Mumbai, yeah. So I have it was my study is multi-stage stratified sampling method, where I have just picked up this 11 word random sampling. From this 11 word, again with the help of random sampling method, I have chosen the 5 words. From these 5 words, 5 areas and locations were selected randomly, and last was the cluster sample where I have chosen the building premises so that was about my methodology, and then it links area. So this is my result. It result in calcium intake in perimenopausal. So this upper socioeconomic strata, we can see 667 milligram calcium per day, whereas middle socioeconomic middle socioeconomic 366.3 milligram per day. This was in perimenopausal woman, whereas in postmenopausal woman, same trend was observed, like upper social socioeconomic 551.6 milligram per day calcium, middle calcium. So what this result finding I have observed that this mean calcium intake from this FFQ, semi-quantitative FFQ, it showed that there is consistent decline from upper to lower socioeconomic strata in Mumbai in perimenopausal as well as the postmenopausal group. So the explanation, it says that on average 542.4, this 542.4 milligram calcium per day in perimenopausal, which was only 68% of EAR and 55% of RDA, which is the latest ICMR recommendation 2020. And then if we see the average of postmenopausal woman, which is the 520 only milligram per day calcium, which was 52% of AR and 43% of RDA. So ideally less than 50% of milligram of calcium as per RDA, and as per ER also it is approximate 50%. So, and statistically I have found that I have done ANOVA, I have performed ANOVA. So it showed that there is a statistical significant relationship was observed in perimenopausal as well as postmenopausal women across all socioeconomic strata, that is upper, middle and lower. And then further I need to know which socioeconomic strata are affected more, or is there any correlation between upper, middle, upper, lower. So it showed that post-born for any reveal.
Extended. Sorry to interrupt, your time is extended. Please conclude first.
Yeah, so this is my final. So what is my conclusion? That social inequalities and poor knowledge of calcium rich sources, it have impact on daily intake of calcium. So what I have observed, that their milk product consumption is less, because milk is the only milk and milk product provides more calcium in one serving. That is 1 cup of milk 250 ml provides 300 milligram of calcium as per IFCT. And lower socioeconomic, because of less expense or purchasing capacity, they end up eating just green leafy vegetables or cereals. So my aim or focus, my conclusion or recommendation, for lower socioeconomic can consume non-dairy sources, which is mentioned over here, like ragi, which is 364 milligram per 100 gram, or I can recommend cluster bean gawar, which is 121 milligram per kg, or other vegetables which are the non-dairy sources. So this we can recommend to the non-government or government organization, so that lower socioeconomic can be benefited and we can avoid osteoporosis risk in the postmenopausal woman. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madam Bharti, Ms. Bharti Shah. It was a good presentation, but I have 2-3 inputs in this e-poster. The first of all, appreciation that the aesthetic feel of the poster was very good. It was very precise, very clear, and it shows how much of the hard work you have done. My first submission to you is that what were the dietary pattern of these? Because nowadays, a lot of women are also changing to vegan. So we are talking about milk, and we want to recommend ragi and cluster beans and everything. But there are vegan population also who are already into this. So could this be also one of the future prospect of your study, that the vegan population can also be explored, that whether they are having sufficient, because it is now becoming a general guideline that B12 and calcium are less in their intake, but not very good data has been found, or maybe a fellow like us who has worked that and has substantiated or has made that claim very, very clear that yes, it is less in them because their intake is less. That is why maybe they need to take the help of supplements, because milk and milk products anyhow they cannot have. Right? And second is, as per your perspective, what should be the age where the awareness is required in order to control the damage? That is something that also has to be thought about, that generally it is said for PCOD, in a lot of researches also it has been seen at the age of early teens, or at the age of the I would like to say after menarche, 2-3 years after that only, we should be educating the young female about all this, even if we have to delay the age of the menopause. So, similarly, in your case, also, I would like to add on that even age is also something which is very, very important when these changes have to be done so that we can delay the osteoporotic kind of effect. Anyways, so this is a good work, and my heartiest congratulations to you and best wishes to you to keep up the good work. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your inputs and feedbacks. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot.
Thank you. Thank you. The other candidate, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the day, Dr. M. Angel. Ma'am, are you there? Okay. Kartika, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Okay, ma'am. Can you present now?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Please share your screen.
Right now, Kartika is going to present. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Um, Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself Kartika, research scholar from the Department of Food Service Management and Dietetics. My topic is on nutritional status of preschool and school-going children under the guidance of Dr. S. Maheshwari, Department of Food Service Management and Dietetics. Moving on to the introduction, nutritional status is an important index for measuring the quality of life, especially in children. In this respect, understanding the nutritional status of children has far-reaching the implications for the better development of future generations. Nutritional assessment is an integral part of optical pediatric care. Undernutrition may be primarily due to inadequate food intake or secondary to infection, injury, or diseases is the most important cause of growth retardation in children. The objective of this study is to assess the nutritional status of children and to analyze the growth status of the children. Moving on to the methodology, the study has been approved by Institutional Human Ethics Committee from the Avinash Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Human. In Tamil Nadu, two districts has been selected. Karur and Coimbatore district has been selected based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. In Karur, 500 preschool going children were selected in the age based on the inclusion criteria in the age group of 3 to 5 years, both male and female. In Coimbatore district, 500 school-going children were selected between the age group of 10 to 15 years. Both male and female are selected. In Karur district, anthropometric were collected using the standard procedures and they calculated as weight for age, height for height, weight for age, and height for age. And dietary pattern was collected through an interview schedule. And in Coimbatore district, anthropometric height, like height and weight, were collected using the standard procedures. Dietary pattern and physical activity pattern was collected through the questionnaire. Moving on to the results, majority of the children are in the age group of 3 years, 67.44 years, and in 4-year age group, 32.6%. The major of the study population are covered. 49% were female and 51% were male. The entire children population studied were not found to be normal height for the age. Out of 500 children, draft children were found to be more in female children of 3 years, which is 43.58%, and followed by the 38.48% of male children. The height percentage of stunting was observed among 67.69% of 4 years of female, and children were followed by 65.1% of male, and children were 3 years of age group. 56.4% of female children were 4 years of age group, and 56.1% of male children were 4 years of age group. Z score was calculated based on the weight for height for the 3 years and 4 years children. When analyzed, it exhibit the standard deviation with highest mean for 4 years. And one meal was consumed from the Anganwadis. Moving on to the school-going children, the majority of children were in the age of 13 years, that is 18.1%. And the prevalence of overweight, underweight, and obesity was seen among the boys. Overweight was seen high in the age group of 12 years, and obesity was seen overweight 43.3% were overweight in 12 years. Among 202 girls, 37.5% were overweight and 47.3% were obesity in 11 years. Um, Moving on to the conclusion, the draft and stunt is seen to be a preschool children. Obesity of 14.6% are obesity and 23.8% are overweight in school-going children indicates the dietary adequacy and intervention are needed for the children starting from early. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nivit. Thank you, Bharti, right?
Kartika, ma'am.
Kartika, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kartika.
Yeah, ma'am.
You have put like quite a good data on your poster and very well presented.
Yeah,
Everything
ma'am.
seems to be crystal clear, and as per expected, it is actually true that nowadays it's just not about the undernutrition, but the overnutrition is seen something a lot.
Yes, ma'am. The
Just
double button is also high, ma'am.
just wanted to ask you that
Yes.
what were the type of the schools where did you go? Like what
Ma'am,
kind
we
of
have both rural and urban schools will be selected, ma'am. In Karur district, mainly I have focused on Anganwadi children. In Coimbatore district, both rural and urban schools have been selected.
You didn't differentiate the data like rural and urban? Like
Ma'am,
in
no, ma'am.
rural,
Like,
no. But
no,
I
I
just
didn't
recommend you
consult
to
it.
kindly.
Yeah. I didn't consolidate it as a differentiated rural and urban. It is there. I didn't consolidate it rural and urban, but it is there. I just showed a random like a whole data.
Yeah,
Now
but
what I have been collected.
correct. So you have done it. So that is good.
Yeah, ma'am, I have done.
Because nowadays it is a biggest myth that rural they don't have obesity because certain they do have, and undernutrition
Yes.
was always there.
Yes,
Anyways,
ma'am.
good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good presentation. Good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Next
Thank you.
candidate, please.
The next presenter of the day, Zara Priscilla Samuel.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, ma'am.
Let me see.
Kartika, ma'am, can you please stop sharing your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Kartika, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. 1 second, ma'am. 1 second. Lap has hang. 1 second.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
So, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, is it visible?
I just give it in full. Yeah. Very good afternoon, everyone. My topic for today is extraction and characterization of seed kernels of Caesalpinia ponta using GCMS and FTIR in relation to polycystic ovarian syndrome. So, introduction. Herbal drugs have been, there are many herbal drugs which have been obtained from many parts of the plants like roots, bark, leaves, flower, and seeds, etc. So, Caesalpinia pontac is such one underutilized shrub belonging to the family of Caesalpinaceae, which is also, it is also used as a traditional medicinal plant. It's widely distributed in India. Commonly in English, it is also known as fever nut, bondak nut, or nika nut. In Tamil, usually we call it like Kalachikai. There are various parts of this plant has been used as indigenous medicine in Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and Homeopathy, and other herbal remedies for treating various ailments. The root, leaves, and seeds and bark of this plant have found to have various medicinal properties. So some of the properties of the Caesalpinia pontac is the nuts of Caesalpinia pontac are in general it is bitter, astringent, and lipogenic and acrid in taste. It is also used. It is used as imago and then febrifuge, anesthetic, expectorant, analgesic, anti-inflammatory, digestive, contraceptive, antipyretic, analgesic, antibacterial, antidiptic, anti-cataract, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-convulsant, anti-cancer, antifungal, anti-hyperlipidemic. There are huge properties you can observe in this plant to treat, and it's also used to treat hormonal diseases and tumor. So this is the taxonomic position of this shrub, that is Caesalpinia bonta. Yes, objective of my study is to study the optical characteristics of the seed kernels of Caesalpinia bonducilia using GCMS and FTIR, especially in relation with polycystic ovarian syndrome. So the methods and materials that I followed, I've collected the plant material, the seed nuts from the medicinal shop, traditional medicine shop, which is available at Kelambakam in Chennai. And the seeds were broken down and the kernels from the hard outer shell were separated. And it was crushed by a mechanical processor, and it was air dried at room temperature and powdered. Until it is sent to laboratory, it was kept in the airtight environment. So materials and methods, again, preparation of plant extract. So 20 grams of this fine sample, this is for the preparation of the plant extract from where we'll be using it for extract. So 20 grams of my sample was weighed, the powdered sample was weighed and transferred to a clean conical flask, and to which 250 ml of petroleum ether was added, and the top of the mouth of the conical flask was sealed to minimize the evaporational loss. And this was kept in orbit appropriately for 72 hours at the speed of 150 rpm, and the entire condition was maintained at the room temperature. And the extract were filtered through Wattman paper, and the crude extract was evaporated to dryness, and this is stored at 40 degrees Celsius for further use. So out of this, 0.1 gram of this plant extract was dissolved in 10 ml of petroleum ether, and from that 2 microliter of petroleum ether sample extract has been taken for GCMS analysis. And this is my spectra which I obtained as part of GCMS analysis of nicotine plants. And there are many compounds have been identified in this spectra, but I've taken only few compounds which has much relation with polycystic ovarian syndrome, which has been much related with the hormonal aspects of women. So here, these are the 12 compounds which I would like to talk about, which are the identified compounds which has much relation with PCOS, like stigmasterol, pregnenolone, 7911, ergosta 522 diene 3-ol, ergos 5N3-ol, 711 dihydroxyprogesterone, 14 alpha hydroxyprogesterone, and 9 octadecanoic acid, eicosane, rectinyl acetate, fluorinone, and selitoniol, and 17 beta diol. So these are the 12 compounds, identified compounds, 5 phytocompounds, which I want to discuss in my research and discussion. So here, they found stigmasterol, it is a phytosterol, and it is found to have anti-diabetic effect. It reduces fasting glucose and serum insulin levels and oral glucose tolerance. And pregnenolone 7-9-diene, it is a neurosteroid which is found to have anti-inflammatory effect, decreasing stress and anxiety. It improves mood and reduces mood swings and induces sleep. And it also aids in weight loss, improves cognitive and memory functions. Ergosta 5-29-diene 3-ol, which is again a phytosterol. It is an ergosterol derivative. It is found to have cytotoxic effect, anti-tumor activities, and inhibit the proliferation of cancer cells. And then fourth compound, ergost 5N3-ol, a phytosterol, a derivative of ergosterol derivative, which is found to be antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-process cytotoxic properties. 711 dihydroxyprogesterone is a progesterone derivative, it's a sex hormone which creates healthy uterine lining to support a fertilized egg, and it is anti-inflammatory in nature. And 14 alpha hydroxyprogesterone, which is also used in menopausal hormone theory to suppress androgen production, and it has also been used to treat prostate cancer. 9 octadecanoic acid, which is nothing but an unsaturated fatty acid. This is monounsaturated fatty acid, oleic acid, and this being used to promote necrosis and reduces CVD, rheumatoid arthritis, and cancer. Eicosane, which has been anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antibacterial, analgesic, and antipyretic effects. And retinyl acetate, which is an alternative of retinol, vitamin A or retinoic acid, helps in vision, growth, cell division, and reproduction and immunity. And pruririn is an aldosterone antagonistic. It's also called as anti-mineralocorticoid, which has a major function in potassium sparing action and helps as a diuretics, and it helps to treat high blood pressure and heart failure. And seleniol, it's an antibacterial, antimicrobial, antioxidant, and it is found to possess nutraceutical functions. So the last compound, that is 17 beta diol, it's a phytosterol. It is found to reduce the occurrence of osteoporosis in women. And these are the results. These were the results of my GCMS, and the FTIR results also have shown the compounds, whatever the compounds we have discussed so far. By nature, they are alkanes, alcohols, carboxylic acid, and ketones in nature. FTIR report also, a spectral graph also has shown the presence of alkanes. The range which we have got 2854.65 within the range of 2850 000 shows the presence of alkanes. An alcohol group, the spectra which observed at 354130 shows the presence of alcohols because it lies between the range 3500 and 3700. And carboxylic acid, the spectra which is obtained at 1435.03, which was between the range 1395 and 14040, shows the presence of carboxylic acid. And ketones, the band which obtained at 277.49 within the range of 2695 to 2830 shows the presence of ketones. So this also substantiates the presence of all the compounds we have discussed so far in FTIR. It has been observed in FTIR. So summary and conclusion, the bioactive compounds identified in relation with polycystic ovarian syndrome in Nicker nuts can be effectively, individually it can be isolated, and it can be, further studies can be done on this individual compounds, and it can be obtained even as nutraceuticals. So for 12 phytochemicals constituents which have been identified petroleum ether extract of the seed kernels of Caesalpinia ponticea by the GCMS analysis. So the presence of various bioactive compounds justifies the use of various ailments by traditional practitioners. An FTIR profile with the manifestation of strong and medium peak, and they also correspond to the presence of different functional groups present in the compounds detected. The unique range of natural products in GCMS and FTIR profile of Caesalpinia bontac could be exploited for a wide range of various biomedical applications. These are my references. Thank you.
So one thing which I can say to you, Sarah, that is well done. And you have really done quite extensive work, and uh, you are in the Department of Food and Nutrition, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So do you have the good facility over there itself in the labs to, to identify all this, or you have got it done from the lab outside?
No, ma'am. I have done it from the lab outside. I've given it to Avinash Ningam and PSG College at Coimbatore.
All right. So is it a funded project, or you have?
It's not a funded project, ma'am. It is a preliminary part of my PhD study.
I know. So it altogether becomes more congratulations to you that you have put your not only hard work but the money itself, because I know how much it goes for all these procedures. They really cost, when we need to identify and everything. And plus, also not only for menopausal, they were also a few of them were quite generic, like antibacterial, antipyretic. So probably it could be also used for other illnesses as well, right? So, so what is your recommendation at the end? I would like to ask you that how much quantity and the recommendation, what you would like to suggest, because you have already done the analysis. So what?
Yes, ma'am. Because this is just a preliminary study which I want to see the functional groups and the compounds present in the nickel nuts, so that I can. The second step would be like I would like to extract the compounds which is exactly involved in the menstrual cycle. Lot of PCOS problem, and that can be extracted, and third part can be formulated into a food products, or it can be consumed. It can be created as a capsules for
Yeah, so
as
now
nutraceuticals.
that means you can go for the trials, right? That
Yes,
means
ma'am.
now you can go for trials ahead. So you are in the process of forming like a nutraceutical out of it, and you can go ahead now to testify
Yes,
that as per your claim, right?
yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. My very big best wishes to you.
Thank you
And
so much, ma'am.
hopefully you'll be able to achieve your target. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good,
Yes.
Hello. Am I
ma'am.
audible? Hello. I'm
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, actually, I'm from Holby. I cannot able to present my presentation there. Can I present here, ma'am?
I'm waiting over here.
But
I'm Dr.
I
We
actually
already
I
have
don't have your
one more
name with
person.
me. I don't know how
Ma'am,
much it is. I don't know about this.
ma'am, my name is Karma Chotun. Actually, could not able to join there. Can I and with that? So can I?
Nivetha, I guess still the presentations are going on in Holby, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I
So
think we
she
have
could
also
always
one more
present over
person.
there.
No, ma'am. That has finished, ma'am. I have just joined there up before this.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm talking to the
Yeah,
chairperson.
ma'am. We have one more
Ma'am, I'm
presentation left,
Dr.
ma'am. Dr. Angel.
Oh,
I'm
who?
Dr. Angel waiting for the
Dr.
presentation.
M. Angel.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am. Shall I share my screen?
Actually, Nivetha, I am also running a little short of time. I have really got a meeting to attend. So, who
Okay.
is this candidate?
Dr. M. Angel.
Okay.
Our hall
Could you
only,
please
ma'am.
do it within 5 minutes because
Okay,
I
ma'am.
don't have much of time now. Please
Okay,
do it
sure.
fast.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. Just tell your major objectives and then come to the conclusion
Okay.
fast.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Honorable coordinator and organizer and the audience. A very good evening to all. I am Dr. M. Angel, Assistant Professor, Research Center of Home Science, Fatima College, Madurai of Tamil Nadu, here to present the phytochemical and antioxidant activity of drumstick seed powder incorporate food product. So actually, seeds are available everywhere, but people are not using it, but losing the beneficial effects. So because of that, we plan to take the seeds and incorporate into food powders. Moringa oleifera seeds, they contain protein, lipid, carbohydrate, vitamin A, and several amount of phytochemicals. They are the richest source of minerals and
Dr.
biological.
Angel, I'm very sorry. Please go to the objectives. Yeah. Just go to the objectives. Yeah.
Okay. The objectives are to develop nutritious food products from the moringa seed powder, to analyze the nutrient content of the product, and to analyze the shelf life of the product. Here we have processed the moringa oleifera seed. That is, we have dried the, we have cleaned the seed and to remove the any type of insect or any other thing, and to remove all the moisture, we have dried it. So some of the seeds were dried in the shade drying. Some of the seeds were dried in the tray dryer. So after drying all the things, we have powdered it and kept it in the airtight container. So we have analyzed for the metallic toxicity of the powder. So it was found that it is lead and arsenic heavy metals were free in this seed powder. So it is better to take it as a healthy supplement. So 3 different food products were developed, such as dal powder, cookies, and toffees. So these are all utilized by the in the day-to-day life by different age group of people. So we have selected these 3 food products and different variations. So after doing all the variations, we have subjected to sensory acceptability using a 9-point hedonic scale. And from that, we found out that the drumstick seed powder incorporated dal powder, which is utilized in the day-to-day life in our country, is selected. Variation 1, which has 5% of incorporation, was selected. So this variation was highly accepted among all the variations and all the products. And we have chosen this for analysis of nutrients. So it had a good amount of energy and protein for 43 grams per 100 grams, fat 1.4 grams, and carbohydrates 20 grams per 100 grams. It has a fiber content of 36.8 per 100 grams. So this will help to free out the constipation condition. The calcium content was 155 mg. The iron content was 66.5 mg. Okay, so when we went for this IC50 value, so it was 84 micrograms per ml. The total phenol content and total flavonoid content were good enough, and the lipid content was 1.5 mg. The research studies prove that what we have identified, the quantity of the phenol content and flavonoid content, it will help to reduce the cholesterol level in the blood, and as well as the atherosclerosis process will be hindered by this these phytochemicals present. It's not only used for the healing purpose, but also for the growth and development purpose, and helps for the good fertility. Further researches, so I can my has a excellent source of phytochemicals, but we are using as so we have to use it to explore or to handle of food.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Angel, could you hear me? Yeah, Dr. Angel, can you hear me? Anyway, so that was nice and sweet presentation. Just you made a claim that moringa leaves do not have uh, lead, mercury, or something like that. So, have you gone for the analysis or the heavy metal testing, or it's like how? Because this has been declared in certificate of analysis, the sample from where you have taken it, whether do they contain lead, mercury, cadmium, and so many other heavy metals or not. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I guess she is not able to hear.
Yeah,
Anyways, so
her
Nimita, I
voice
guess
also
we are
low.
done now.
Excuse
Yeah,
me,
ma'am.
ma'am. Ma'am, can I please take a minute? Ma'am, I was the second presenter and I sadly got disconnected. Can I please get 2 minutes to finish my presentation? It is a humble request, ma'am. I'll not take more
Okay,
than 2 minutes.
just 2 minutes, please. Just
Just
two
the
minutes.
results, ma'am. I'll not present
Yeah,
anything else.
yeah, yeah. Please,
Thank you
please.
very much.
Yeah.
Angel, ma'am. Okay.
You are on mute, Shweta. You are on mute. Unmute yourself.
Very sorry, ma'am. So the
No, it
study
happens. Don't panic. You have 2 minutes to prove, but don't panic. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So the study was basically a cross-sectional anthropometric study on 1,219 subjects from government primary schools from rural industrial area of Vadodara city, which had 647 females and 572 males, and majority of the subjects were in the age group of 9 to 13 years age group. I think the slide is not, yes. The anthropometric measurements increased with age with reference to prevalence of individual forms of malnutrition. 41% of children were underweight, which with more number of girls. More children were thin. More than 1/4 children were thin, with more girls as compared to boys. When the stunting was seen, more than 1/3 children were stunted. The composite index showed that many of these children had a combination of different forms of malnutrition, and more than half of the children, according to CIAF, had at least one form of malnutrition. In the age group above 10 years of age, stunting and height for age and BMI for age z-scores were used, and it was seen that more than one-third children were thin and around 3.4% children were overnourished. With respect to stunting, more than one-third children, 34% children were stunted, with no statistical difference between males and females. And again, a combination of different forms of malnutrition as per anthropometric data was observed among the children. So the data revealed that more than half of the subjects had at least one form of malnutrition, acute, chronic, or a combination. Slightly higher percentage of boys had at least one form of malnutrition. However, t-test revealed that the difference was not statistically significant. 15.5% of children had stunting and thinness and underweight. So 15.5% children had all three forms of malnutrition, and here more number of boys were affected by a combination of anthropometric failure. So the study indicated that more than half of the children had malnutrition, and that is why there's a need to focus on the problem of malnutrition, keeping all three forms in mind. And if we make focused efforts, we can probably ensure better quality of life for them in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, thank you, Ms. Shweta.
Thank you.
I can see you have done a lot of hard work. 1,200 and odd number. It's a very big amount of sample size. And definitely the conclusions after, such kind of a study where the sample size is so huge, that is something to ponder upon and we should work. But sometimes it's such a sad statement that malnutrition, we are talking from ages, but still we are talking about it. Rather, now we are into hidden hunger of micronutrients. Uh, what I mean to say, it is getting different day by day, but still existing. So,
yes, ma'am.
Anyways, so good to bring this topic into light and talk about it. And very well said that the focus has to be, and I really feel hopeful that government would be launching more and more kind of programs, awareness, education, as well as intervention kind of programs, and also prophylaxis if required and if it could be done, so that this could be prevented. Anyways, good. Best wishes to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes.
can we wind up the session?
Yeah, please, Nivita. Please,
Yes,
with due respect, please do that.
Yes.
I just want to say a few words to all the candidates, and
Yes,
then you
ma'am.
may do that.
Okay.
These 2 days, they were quite wonderful to me. And from my side, I would like to give a very big thanks to the BioLEAGUES as well as Universal Society of Food and Nutrition for organizing this kind of a once again a conference like this. This is the sixth conference, what I can see as of now, and I was a part of their conference. Uh, I guess regularly from these six, whatever they have come up so far. And in the first four conferences, I was fortunate enough to be the best oral presenter, in those. And like that, the journey has come over here. So, on behalf of my university, also Pimpri Chinchwad University, thank you so much for this opportunity. And whatever the inputs I have given, we all are learning, we all are researchers, and with radical respect to each and everybody. Those inputs, they were given in the right perspective of the research from whatever the gratitude I have learned till today. So just take it in a very positive manner. And a few of the researchers, it's my humble request that research is altogether different. And whenever we present on a public platform, the lecture, it is quite different from the research. Research means everything, whatever you are saying, it has to be backed up because a lot of people are listening to us. They may make some changes because whatever we are saying. So we need to be very, very careful because with research, one more R comes into picture. That's responsibility. So that is something which has to be kept in mind that whenever we say on such public platform that this is good and this is like that, so it would be well appreciated if it is backed up by some kind of data. Whether somebody else has done that work, you appreciate that person, or else you are planning to do or you have done something and this is your conclusion. So that's what research is. All right. So thank you so much once again for this platform. So I really enjoyed today as well as yesterday. So thank you so much. Nivita,
Yes, ma'am.
congratulations to you
Yes,
too.
ma'am.
You are a good orator.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for your
All right.
words,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful presentation. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable dignitaries, committee members, and invited speakers who blessed us with their presence. I am also thankful to all the attendees for both the days of the conference. If time is money, then today you have spent million for us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful today. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request all the participants to turn on the video for conference gallery picture. I repeat, I request all the participants to turn on the video for conference gallery picture. Thank you so much for your coordination. Ma'am, if you are running out of time, please, you can leave, ma'am.
Thank you, Nivita. I got a meeting to attend. Thank you so
Okay,
much. God
sure.
bless you all.
Thank
Best
you.
wishes. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dear participants, attention everyone. Regarding the certificate, you will receive mail in 2 to 3 working days. I repeat again, regarding the certificate, you will receive mail in 2 to 3 working days. Until then, be patient. Now, I request the participants, if you have any doubts, any clarification, please put it on chat box.
Adding to the carbon component of this planet.
If you have any queries, please put it on chat box.
நாளைக்கு எத்தனை ஸ்கூல் வராங்களா? ஏதாவது இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வந்ததா? இல்ல அங்க ஏதாவது சொன்னாங்களா?
Ma'am, there are questions in the chat box. Would you please answer?
Number of students எத்தனை
Yes, ma'am.
நாளைக்கு?
Yes, ma'am.
1600.
The same best oral and best poster certificate also will be received in mail. 2 to 3 working days by next week.
Question is regarding best presentation.
Ma'am, Niveda ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, in the website, it was told that the articles will be forwarded to Scopus of Web of Science journals. So I didn't understand the process. So how will it be done, ma'am? The article or the abstract? What is it?
Abstract, ma'am.
Abstract. So as a part of the proceedings, it will be sent. And
Yeah,
so when will we know?
proceeding book you will receive in mail, ma'am. With certificate mail itself, same certificate mail, you will receive the proceeding book.
Okay. But in the website, it was written that the proceedings will be forwarded to for indexing in Scopus of Web of Science. So while getting in mail itself, will we know that it's indexed or will it take time?
No, ma'am. Journal regarding journal, you have to contact the coordinators regarding responding coordinators. You
Okay.
can get contact from our website.
Website. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, those journals which where you will be publishing on the request of the participants, are they listed in UGC Care? UGC Care 2?
Regarding certificate and proceeding, the queries will be answered here. Regarding the journals and publication, you should contact only the website contact number. Certificates and proceeding.
Best Presentation Awards?
Yeah, ma'am. Best Presentation Award certificate and proceeding book link will be received in mail within 2 to 3 working days.
Okay.
Journal related queries, you can contact the website contact.
And presentation awards are a per session or it is for overall conference?
If your paper is selected for best oral or best poster presentation, you will receive the best oral category, ma'am, or best poster category.
Ma'am, is the conference over and shall we leave?
Hello everyone, the conference is completed. Hall A technical sessions are going on. If you want to listen to the technical session, you can join the Hall A or else you can leave for the day.
Ma'am, are you supposed to leave?
Yeah, ma'am, you can leave. If you want to listen to the technical session, you can move to Hall A. The technical sessions are going on Hall A.
promoted by source and salt and pungent taste. And the exacerbation of the pitta is pacified by taking sweet, bitter, and astringent taste. And the earth and water constitute the cup of
ರಾಹುನ ಕೇತುನು ಇದೆ